into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
What is up, PUBG people? Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. Are you guys ready to be ruthless? Well, you are with Red Queen and Contra this time. What is up, you guys?
Well, I hope that you guys are doing good, and thank you so much for joining us over the course of the weekend, as this is going to be the penultimate round here as we are approaching closer and closer to the finish line here in the grand finals of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So, Red Queen, I mean, it's been a while since we've actually casted together, so do fill me in, past couple of days, what went on in the finals?
Oh, it's just a showdown between two Korean powerhouses. So it's either DPLUS Kia or NS Redforce taking the crown every match. And, we have been challenging other teams and we've been telling people, hey, don't look at us, don't put the blame on us. I mean, if your favorite team is not performing in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, maybe, just maybe, you guys can tag them down there in the comments section or maybe slide into their DMs.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they really want to focus on their matches, so maybe, just maybe after they're done with the tournament, if that's going to be the case, or, after long days work, so that we don't really disrupt them all too much in that essence. But overall, I mean, other than these two titans coming in from Korea, I believe that there's also ample of chances for the rest of the pack to also play catch-up, because here in the grand finals, we're also playing Smash Rules, so it's not really over till it's over. So that is definitely going to be a very big factor where you won't know. Maybe these two teams, they won't find the chicken dinner on the very last day. So we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled out for the rest of the pack, and hopefully we'll be able to see what goes on. But of course, today, I believe what we're going to do is that we're going to set the benchmark of how many points does it take for them to, hit the marker and then plus 10 in order to get themselves that pass for them to eventually have that chicken dinner for the Smash rule to be in effect.
That's a thing, right? I mean, even if we do have some aggressive teams in the lobby, that's been getting all those elimination points and getting all those chicken dinners. You know what I look forward to? It's the major plot twist. Because of the Smash rule, that's what makes it even more exciting. And I do love the fact that Ruthless was able to adapt that system, add a little spice to all of the matches here. And I guess, it's a love or hate relationship for some.
True enough. And of course, for those of you guys who are newcomers to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, of course, early on we showed you the usual format where we have a 10-point system for the chicken dinner. Now, this is where things get pretty interesting, right? Where we've gone through so many days of the playoffs, and now only the top 18 team remains over the course of the grand finals. This is the penultimate day, so we are on day 3 out of day 4. So, of course, make sure you support your favorite team out there, and we are looking for the teams to be able to achieve that head start point, and we'll add a plus 10 to their result, and whoever gets that chicken dinner by the end of course, of the chicken dinner should be able to walk away as champions of the RIS.
Yep, and just like the official format, ladies and gents, you're looking at the Smash rule effect. Okay, so we all know what the team needs to do. They need to reach the match point and then have to win that WWCD. So again, it doesn't even matter if teams are, or if a certain team really is at the top currently, they need to go through the Smash rule in order to lock it in order to get that crown. So then again, we don't exactly have an idea just which of these amazing teams is really gonna get the I guess the summit, or really the top spot for the season 11 of Ruthless Invitational Showdown. But just in case you guys still don't have any idea which teams are participating, we have it on your screen. So DPLUS Kia, NS Redforce, Force Tribes, Alpha7, FaZe, Team Secret, Yangon Galacticos, GLU, HORAA Esports, VOIN Donkey, RQ, DX, BTR79, VPE, Vikings, E-Arena, and of course, Talon Esports.
These are household names from across the regions, and of course, right now, hot favorites are both EK as well as NS, who's currently racing to the finish line on the top two spots for the moment. But I do believe that there's going to be shakeups because teams, they're definitely looking really hungry for those chicken dinners. But overall, it's been a daunting task for them to find that level of consistency to match up to speed, especially up against DPLUS Kia that has been thriving throughout those course of the playoffs. There was a day where they walk away with 3 chicken dinners, and they made it look like it's a walk in the park. So at least being fair, Smash Rule, that cutoff point is at match 18. So that will be the benchmark to be set. So we want to see by match 18, how much points do they actually set? Is it not going to be even close for the rest of the pack? It's time to find out.
Exactly. And honestly, DPLUS Kia, they have been so aggressive even during the playoffs, right? And they were able to get that energy back for the grand finals. They were even like the first team to cross that triple-digit score, most number of chicken dinners as well. So, Sir Cloud and I were already asking, what will it take, for DPLUS Kia to get stopped at this point? So maybe it is the Smash Rule, so to speak. But anyway, we can see the names, of course, under this banner. Some of them very familiar, some of them we still don't know quite yet. But we got FaZe, we got Team Secret, Yangon Galacticos, GLU Squad coming into play as well. And just so you know, if you also missed the games yesterday, FaZe Clan took a chicken dinner in one of the matches.
Yeah, that's great on them, is they're giving themselves a little bit more lifeline throughout the grand final. So FaZe Clan definitely looking back in we're definitely looking for a whole lot more coming in from HORAA Esports, VOIN Donkey, RQ Ryu, as well as the Saber. I think throughout the playoffs, some of these names definitely have shown that they have great strides to take, but I kind of want a little bit more of that juice coming out of the Purple Hearts. HORAA Esports gotta really work for it.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's really no doubt that HORAA Esports can really retaliate inside the matches. The big question is if they are already in the mood to really turn their aggression on this time. But we also got the boys from Indonesia, Bigetron by Vitality, and I just know that we have a lot of fans for Federalis down there in the comment section. They've been looking for him, ever since the playoffs, and I'm not exactly sure if it is actually playing this tournament, since he is staying in the Philippines and actually going out with his friends, with his buddies, and so I don't exactly know if he's playing. But then again, we do see a lot of pseudo names in Bigetron, so perhaps he is actually one of them.
Well, we don't know until we find out one way or another, but at least we do assume that there's a lot of teams that are actually trying out players, but not so much for DPLUS Kia, because they're fielding all their powerhouse names, especially Noble, that's consistently the MVP. So far, he's been wowing us every step of the way, and take a look at the amount of ellipses that he had. It's pretty much sky high out there, especially on the damage output. So we would definitely want to see, can he put up that star performance and just make it look like a walk in the park against Nongshim Redforce later on.
You know what, DPLUS Kia, they're turning this whole tournament into just like a classic lobby, and everyone is already saying that down there in the comment section. But we do have 3 players from DPLUS Kia on the road to MVP, but it's great to see that we also have IQ over here coming from 4 Thrives, and even Joker of E Arena averaging 1.42 in terms of elimination.
And so far, it's great to see E Arena really bouncing back up, especially over the course of the finals. During the playoffs in specific, I think E Arena definitely struggled to find that form of rhythm, and Joker so far have definitely stepped up for the past couple of days. But they still got to do a whole lot more, because you see plenty of all these big names coming in from DPLUS Kia. It's always been the duo of Noble as well as also to be taking the top spot. But take a look at that 3rd spot. It's currently tied between IQ, XZY, as well as Revo overall. So yeah, I would say it is a very, very close fight for them to catch up to Noble in specific.
Yeah, and during day number 1 of the grand finals, DPLUS Kia was kind of just playing it slow and steady, and we don't even see really Noble racking up some more points. But come day number 2, and he just again went explosive, with the rest of the team, and they've been getting all of the titles, from this tournament. So I do wonder if they're really going to close this down, as the champions for season 11. And now DPLUS Kia with the overall rankings, 144, still at the top over here. FaZe coming in at second place, and then we got Alpha7 coming in at third. So top 3 teams here. Arena moved up 1 rank. Same thing goes for D Saver. As for HORAA Esports, again, it's a slow burn, but today can change just that. I mean, HORAA Esports, the Purple Hearts might do something big, and Sky might start just really going crazy and collecting all those points. HORAA Esports needs to stay at the top.
I gotta say there's definitely those kind of possibilities, even for Vampire Esports as well as Bigetron By VITALITY at the moment, tied at 71 points. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, so long as it's Smash rules, I think that everybody actually has a fighting chance, but I would be concerned for names like YG, 79, VOIN Donkey, as well as Tab, because they are below that 50-pointer threshold. So once the benchmark is being set by the end of today, it's gonna be even harder for them to eventually try to close things up tomorrow on that Smash rule.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Talon Esports to move the glass or something, just make their presence felt. Do we need to play some sort of like Ouija board or something, just so we can feel the presence of Talon Esports? But yeah, hopefully still maybe they can show us something great. They don't even have to play super aggressive in all of the matches, but perhaps, just give us a sneak peek of what they can do in the official tournaments. I mean, I think, the fans will definitely love that.
I'm pretty sure that everyone is kind of rooting for so many different favorite teams out there. So, of course, keep doing so. And if you guys haven't subscribed to us yet, make sure you guys hit that sub as well as like button. It definitely helps a whole lot, where we're hoping to bring you even more epic tournaments here at the Ruthless Esports channel. So, that being said, though, Red Queen, going through those lists of names, I still think that it's been rather shaky, where there's still a lot of big questions to be answered by majority of all these teams out there. But I would say that the format overall won't be too much of a big question right now. We start things off in Erangel, then we go 2 rounds into Miramar, as we'll go on a similar rotation, and it will end in Miramar once again. Current best performers for this map in particular, Nongshim Redforce, where they're really starting to show some of all their main formula that they've implemented back in the tournaments, and I'm glad to see that happen.
Yeah, and with the kind of map sequence that we have in this tournament, since we have Erangel back-to-back, we have Miramar back-to-back in between, I think that's where the teams can actually capitalize in terms of like strategy, chemistry, and rotations, because the consistency will be tested, right? And if you can actually pull off the same rotations without having any problems at all, I think that could be the thing, for most of the teams, wherein they could really get as much points as they can. But we need to have our due diligence, and while production already knows my first pick, of course, I'm always going to go with the Purple Hearts for Erangel.
All right, if that's going to be the case, am I allowed to pick either Nongshim Redforce or DPLUS Kia?
Of course!
I am allowed, right? So this time I'll start with Nongshim. I mean, track record wise, it just makes sense, right? Overall, I do think that there will be a very close fight between the two. So that's my prediction.
This is the thing. I feel like NS Redforce and DPLUS Kia is kind of one-upping each other. And yesterday, NS Redforce caught 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. So I feel like, yeah, oh man. I believe DPLUS Kia won't let that happen.
True enough. I mean, we've just gotta really wait and see. I mean, the rest of the party, it may not even be any one of our predictions right now that actually takes game 1, because you see there's so many lists of names somewhere from the midfield, as well as those who are currently on the second page of the standings that definitely fancies those chances as well, where I'm expecting a very big shift in terms of playstyle where, you know, teams know that there's honestly not much to lose, but to really try to propel forward in that sense. So that is where I want to see what exactly is going to be the changes that they make overnight in order to succeed here on day 3.
Well, we did experience some alterations that happened in Erangel and Miramar. You know, some of the teams actually changed their drop locations. It was unusual to see from time to time that ES9 is not being occupied by, you know, like teams, and Yangon Galacticos also trying to like mix and match their strategy, which is of course perfect. Like, you don't want to be too predictable, right? But we are about to kick things off, ladies and gents, and the first map would be Erangel. So let's get it.
Perfect start, I must say. I love the view when it starts from the island. That gives us maybe a little bit of clue that it could actually end up into the southern portion of the range, or, you know, maybe back to something a little bit more standard towards the mainland. So this flight path coming in from the military base heading to Kameshki is gonna cut off Georgia Pool entirely. So this might actually be a cause of concern for the teams that love to be stretching towards that region, whether it's going to be Gatsa or even the edge of Primos is still relatively okay. But we're already looking at Flock of Growl actually dropping so early on. So I wonder if we're going to get some grand battles right now. VOIN Esports hopping down south. And VOIN Donkey is going to do exactly the same, joining alongside Talon. So this is going to be a big brawl that we kick things off with. And take a look at Novo. Yangon Galacticos will be taking on up against Team Secret.
Yeah, it's gonna be one heck of a party down south. You know, this is probably the first time that I've seen a lot of teams drop in the military base, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, Team Secret, Yangon Galacticos, this is a first for me. Talon, VOIN Donkey, and even Vampire Esports down there in the military island. Oh, this is gonna be explosive. So this is always the way that we want to open up the matches. And as for initial circle, yes, it had gone over to the west side, but then again, we do have that little portion coming from the south. So there you go. Superman taking a lot of hit coming from D Savior. Lamborghini bagging 1 point. So first blood goes to him.
Wow. Really kicking things off with a little bit of a civil war between both ends of the Vietnamese teams. So the very best, to be specific. So Superman, he was the MVP for most part when it comes down to the playoffs. And with him taken out so early, this is going to dampen the firepower for MGN Vikings overall. So a little bit of a cause of concern, but hey, so long as they can work it out as 3 members, I think there's definitely ample of opportunities. Now, I want to touch on one thing in particular. Since we have so many teams inside the island, and now we saw that that circle kind of pops more racial towards the mainland, I think this is gonna be a little bit more hectic for whoever is looking to exit out of the island.
Okay, there goes Frankie with a massive open fire up against players from Yangon Galacticos, but he did not exactly hit his target just yet. And yes, you know, when it comes to Vikings, I think they still have an ace up in their sleeve since, you know, Wonti actually played for D Savior before, so probably he knows exactly what goes inside the head of Lamborghini and the rest of the crew. So maybe he could use that knowledge up against D Savior and avenge their fallen comrade, which is of course Superman. So yeah, the last son of Krypton.
Speaking of Krypton, there is a player called Krypton as well. And that being said, Yangon Galacticos still plotting it up against Team Secret, now getting an elevated area to play with. But the rest of Team Secret, they're scaling up the hillside, trying to also find a trajectory to take them on. Sharp shots coming in only with the red dot side. So rather impressive that he's been able to actually track the rest of Yangon Galactica. So YG says, we're done looting. They're just going to move out of the way, respect the territory of Team Secret of what they have inside Novo. And no casualties thus far. I think it's a smooth start overall for the Islanders, but I can't say that it's going to be for long.
And Yangon Galacticos, they're not even interested to take up a fight up against Team Secret. Maybe they're not prepared just yet, or maybe they don't really want to risk, losing some members at an early onset. So perhaps we will see them fight maybe in a while, or maybe they will prioritize getting inside the zone first and do the gatekeeping before they actually engage with Team Secret. But then again, if they step into the zone here, they could probably have a clash with VOIN Donkey and Talon Esports, who is already in position around the military base. So we don't exactly know how that is actually going to play out. So we also have to wait, like, okay, this is stage 1, but where will stage 2 go?
True enough. I mean, it could end up in Fairpure. It could go back into the mainland of Gakka, for all we know. So options are endless. So those teams are not looking to really jump the gun on really booking those spots just yet. But it's kind of safe for those who actually drop into the mainland to, take their sweet time to make those kind of decisions, since both bridge are not fully occupied just yet if it does end up in the island. But the ratio right now is kind of like 70-30 to the mainland in specific. So more often than not, I think a lot of these teams are looking for, those farmhouses over the south side of Gakka, or even somewhere around Quarry is going to be a really decent hole as well. So it's going to be a long journey, since this flight path was skewered towards Lipovka's area. So a lot of all these teams, they're just going to take their sweet time as we're taking a look at VOIN Donkey, which, they haven't really shown much of their cards throughout the playoffs, throughout the grand finals. They barely made the cut. I'm actually glad to see them in the grand finals overall, but take a quick look. Yep, as much as I say 70-30, I think I can further confirm that it could very well be an 80% chance that it will still land over on the mainland. So Pachinki is also within the vicinity of Grab. So I'm just surprised that the Savior, they're just quickly looting those areas up, and then they pick a spot over the hillside instead of staying within the city.
And if you guys saw the map feed earlier, there are a lot of teams already clustering up down there in the middle, and Fourth Tribes is at the other end of that west bridge together with NS Redforce. So Yangon Galacticos, even VOIN Donkey, and even Talon Esports probably will pass through that direction. So I mean, that would be a great opportunity for Falak and the rest of the crew to actually assume a lot of points if they can do an effective bridge camping. That's always a great tactic. But then again, it all boils down like just how good their defense will be, because that is like, we're talking about 3 teams here, not to mention the teams that are already in the main peninsula once they hear the gunshots.
True enough. And on top of that, right now, NS Redforce, they're planted in a really good spot where it's kind of like 50-50, right? Where no matter where it shifts, they will still be able to have a solid hold of the zone. So that's kind of the less of their worries right now. It's more about finding somebody to catch over the course of the rain. Speaking of catching somebody out there, it's going to be Gachor looking for a target. Talons could be moving in the way as well. VOIN Donkey split into a 2-2 position, while 3 members of Talon right now looking to spot them out. Potato going up the hillside. So he's going to be at least scouting up ahead to relay whatever intel. I believe he might have actually spot out Rebo. So he's falling all the way back. Achil's going to lead the way. Razak's got to really find a way to hold down the line. And so far, he's been impressing us throughout the playoffs. Can he do so? It seems like it's a little too risky, so he's just going to pull all the way back.
I feel like Potato's going off angle. I mean, obviously with this kind of movement from VOIN Donkey, they would love to go for a pinch here. But I mean, we see Talon Esports, and they just really want to group all together, right? I mean, we saw VOIN Donkey go for a 2-2 split, but Talon Esports, they just want to fight, with them, like just really within reach. So let's see which is actually the more effective strategy, so to speak. But anyway, we can see Razak back on the screen over here. We got Zeta as well, manning another angle. And we're not exactly sure if they're already ready to actually just cut each other off. But coming off the kill feed, it's Joker coming from E Arena was able to put down one player from BTR. So I guess they're going head to head at the moment. No confirmation just yet. If anybody had been taken back to the lobby, it's another player from BTR.
Some great knocks coming out of E Arena, finding those catches as this big Vitality coming from the back end. It's Bumblebee shooting right back at him. It's just a couple of all these stars at the pop. And you are looking at all these teams scrambling because right now the update is 50-50. Island as well as the mainland. So plenty of these teams are looking for whatever gaps that they can find to hold on to. And there goes Showdown on the ground already. The rest of BTR looking to bail out. So it's only going to be 2 players to play out for the rest of the course. Well, Allen finally hitting the mark, finding one member inside of VOIN Donkey as Razak goes in for a long-range tag. He's barely having anything other than this shack right at this moment, and it's going to be hard for him to even think about saving Potato.
Bad start for the boys of BTR. Yeah, 2 casualties right off the bat here. And kill feed, HORAA Esports versus FaZe, VOIN Donkey versus Talon. Man, there are a lot of fights happening simultaneously, which is, of course, what we love to see on screen. Yaru went again for an angry spray up against Razak's pretty low in HP, so probably we'll see a car chase happen, but this is going to be a solid drive-by from Talon Esports.
Great shots. Nathan is coming in from side of Red Bull, as I believe there should be a little bit of saving grace coming in from the members of RQ. They do spot out another member coming right by, coming from YG, and Chopper makes a quick work out of him, securing another point for FaZe Clan. But this isn't exactly the best spot to actually take a stop, where Chopper really has to go further up ahead. And look at the current situation. This kind of split really puts them in such a tough position where they're only relying on all these open fields as well as terrains for cover for the moment. So Talon decides to at least seek refuge through those high elevated kills, but they're definitely looking to position once again. They are in the island, the last I checked, and those fights between VOIN Donkey and them have not concluded just yet. So it's going to be Shields that full set right across. It's going to be ending up inside of Fair Pure instead. So good work coming in from Talon to at least get closer and closer to the zone. But take a look. Team Secret's about to do the same. So there's a true battle. See if they can cut the drop. Well, all the other teams back over the mainland. It's still on the Duke out, and it's back to Razak right now, challenging Talon.
Oh man, this is a crazy circle altogether. I mean, we're talking about like 30% water over here. But let's check out what is happening between Team Secret versus VOIN Donkey. Razak seems to be backing away from that one. Okay, it's not really a fair fight after what the 2v1. But hey, we're looking at Vampire Esports this time going up against E Arena. And yeah, they were already bagging 3 elimination points for themselves. So I guess we're talking about the last remaining player from the side of the arena, which is of course 456. Always included in the top performers, by the way. Maybe he can pull off a clutch, but then again, I did see boys from 4th Thrives. They're pretty close to that exact location. And not to mention, we got boys from D-Savior and even Vikings. So this is going to be great. Karina taking hits from Yala. So Karina's going to be put down, but there's still time for him to get picked up at this point.
Yep, great coverage coming in from Vampire Esports. So A7's going to do exactly the same as Senna has been able to go in for the rescue. The rest of Vampire Esports right now going for that grand reset. But the rest of E Arena just right across, tossing a couple of smokes just to prep up for what's bound to be a very big fight. The Savior right over onto those tiny little shacks are finding it hard to even find space with that Molotov thrown right in. Now, how long can they hold on is a big question right now. This fight has not concluded. The last we checked, they've been having that small little scuffle early on, which resulted in Superman being taken out. And now, D-Saver looking to close it all off. But it's going to be a little tough for Break to also chime right through. But perhaps he could find himself a little bit of off angle. While Vampires, they're at it again.
Great shot coming from Lazarus, ending the line of E Arena. We're looking at 15 teams For stage number 3 here, Lapar is bleeding out there in the open. Thank you to HORAA Esports. Yes, Sky and Jiggle both out of the game, so it's just the duo between Sleepy and Nofre, and we can see Sleepy's trying to stick to the edge of the circle as well, but he's been getting a lot of shots, damage as well. Now we're looking at Nongshim Redforce, and they seem to be having an altercation with someone close to the edge of the circle. Just couldn't pinpoint like which team is that. Oh, I believe that's HORAA.
I believe so too. And Sleepy is barely getting by right now, just squeezing by the edge. Same goes to Nofre, who's coming pretty close by towards Hexus. Well, Nongshim Redforce, they got themselves inside the zone, but they are sharing the spot alongside with T79. So I'm not too sure if they have enough members to actually work it out at the moment, because at this point in time, we're looking at a little bit of a split position coming from some of their members.
Oh,
Rebel right now holding it down as DPLUS Kia, hoping to find a little bit of space to restore. Will meet up with the rest of Alpha7 right at this moment. Rebel, he got themselves pretty much bunched up inside of the corners of the beach. So this might just actually see DPLUS Kia crashing out early.
Hey, you know what? It's a vulnerable spot if you ask me, but let's see if DPLUS Kia can actually survive that one. But in the meantime, we're looking at Vampire Esports once again retaliating and taking out Squashboo off the equation here. 5 elimination points in their pocket. Revo taking in some shots as well. Now down on the ground, and Lazarus just made sure that he's not coming back from that one. 6 points from Vampire Esports.
Wow, clean work so far from Vampire Esports. They still have majority of their members hailing grenades after grenades at Alpha7, and they barely have enough space to work with. Hansa's now trying to squeeze those grenades over. Same goes to Schweppes. Going on attack. Well, DPLUS Kia sees this as an opportunity. Instead, those nades are falling right in, and DPLUS Kia got caught in the middle. And here comes the push. Schweppes will be able to seal the deal, takes out Alpha7, and only a couple of members remain for DPLUS Kia. That charge from DK was unwarranted, and now they pay the price.
Okay, so obviously Vampire Esports is playing on another level here. We've been waiting for a long time. You know, they have been passive for like most of the days of the tournament, and now let's all welcome back the boys of Vampire Esports. Already has a total of 8 elimination points in the bag here. 7-9 back on the screen, just punishing the boys of GLU Squad this time. Hexa's already down, but not by 7-9, but by BTR. And just like that, ladies and gents, we already have 2 teams out. Alpha7 and was that DPLUS Kia? Yes, DPLUS Kia already out.
Yeah, there's just not much room for them to actually play from. They entered very, very late, coming in from the far west. And there was already those attacks coming from Alpha7. Now in between it, the BTR getting caught up, so it's only down to Ken. And I'm not too sure what more can he actually make out of the situation. Will just stand toe-to-toe up against GLU Squad, dodging that vehicle, goes in for the knockdown, and hoping to secure at least 1 point back. Quickly losing those tires, but he's still making a run for it. Ken holding it down, and he's still bringing points back, shredding out GLU Squad in the process.
Oh, great vantage point for Falak. Okay, he could definitely utilize this very position, I mean, to his advantage, which is of course always perfect. And yeah, it's working out so far for the side of 4 Thrives, and now we have 9 teams remaining here for stage number 4. And looking at Team Secret, they seem to be doing just fine as well. 3 points in the bag, and they continue to rack up some more. Over to the south side of the map, we can see 4 teams, and it's so amazing because the circle now went up north, so all the teams down south have to fight it out just to survive, just to get inside the zone. So there will be a massive cleanup that's definitely going to happen in Ferry-Pierre.
If I'm going to be the observers, I'll keep my eyes on Falak, because he got himself that crazy angle through the top of the tower. So
yeah,
he's going to be able to spot everybody scrambling to make that space from the south side. But as we speak of it, it's going to be a gridlock situation between MVKE, Team Secret, as well as DE Saber. Literally, all the Vietnamese teams bunching up. But eventually, somebody's got to make the call to run out. And whoever is going to be late to the scene, they're just going to get clipped. It's just the nature of what this game is like. So there is still a little bit of time to go out. So when I say little, it's still kind of 2.5 minutes or less. So Nongshim Redforce, they've definitely found themselves a defensive cover good enough for them to hold out till the next zone appears. So stage 5, they're just making sure that they play defensively. But for Tribe, this is going to be their time to shine. They spot out the rest of VP, trying to make their way across. Hanzo's got no undercover but to go rolling on his belly. It's only a smoke for them to actually hold for the moment. Mela needs to at least find something in return. If they do get an exchange, then it could be good. But the nades are making it even more difficult for VPE. 4 tries, making it rain. And somehow, VP still stays afloat, but not for long.
Oh, man, yeah. Oh, they're really getting a lot, from 4 Thrives. Obviously, Vampire Esports went for another rotation here, chose another entry point, but yeah, they're really getting punished over here by 4 Thrives. And just like what you mentioned, Falak is really holding on to a great angle over here, just really capitalizing on everything that is happening at the moment. We can see that Noki also pocketing 3 elimination points, which is outstanding. Now, Onsen trying to get away from this situation. He is very low when it comes to his health. So let's see if 4 Thrives will show a little bit of mercy to that last surviving member of Vampire Esports and just let him through. But yeah, I think he was able to get through just because he's already down there, smacked in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, I got big questions as to how Fala actually got all the way up there. I'm pretty sure that he's got great parkour skills in order to do so, because the last I recall, that wasn't exactly a letter for him to do so. Great nade. That quickly eliminates Break from even being part of the equation. So it's only down to Tizin, as I say his name. It is quickly eliminated by 2504. So only a member left for time MVKE, while D-Saver is soaking too much damage coming from the zone. It's only down to Parachute at this moment.
Oh!
And he's barely even making it out alive. Yangon Galacticos is currently holding all of them hostage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yangon Galacticos is in a very great spot. I mean, they're just really making it rain as well up against the Savior and Wunti's team. And now the circle shifted back again, and it looks like it had favored the boys of 4 Thrives this time. So 4 Thrives, if they play their cards right, they could potentially score the chicken dinner here. But coming off the kill feed, it's 7-9 versus Hennis Redforce, and yeah, we already have 1 casualty onto the side of this Korean powerhouse.
It's tough tussle over there, because last we checked, with that shift going on, both 7-9 as well as Nongshim Redforce need to find a little bit more of that space up the map. 4 Tribes right now on the hunt, finding those members of Yangon Galacticos. A couple attacks coming in from the side of T24, not quite enough. Back, it's pinned down. Naki's hoping to draw an exchange. Wow. And this is just making it harder and harder, where YG, they finally found themselves a little bit of cover for the meantime. Particularly this, the rest of Nongshim Redforce, careful setting with that hovercraft, and they're driving to the direction of 4T.
Okay, 4 Thrive seems to be doing great. They woke up on the right side of the bed, I guess. I mean, 10 elimination points. This is outstanding. Phenomenal, even. But you know what, Murnau boy? Well, he got by the blue zone, so he denied the points to the rest of the teams here. Still participating. Now, Nongshim Redforce still feeling a lot of wrath coming from Yangon Galacticos, and that is it. XZY already out of the game here. And 4 Thrives Esports continues to thrive as they hunt down this last member of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, they got the perfect position, and it's all about how long can they hold on before these teams storm right through. But they've been already weakened, all thanks to Falak's position. He has been key in majority of all these battles, and overall, nobody has been able to stop Falak or even spot him up just yet. It's absolutely ridiculous, if you ask me. Yangon Galacticos right now, 2 more members left, but how are they supposed to fight through NS, 7-9, and then get to 4 Thrives?
4 Thrives going for the zone control. Yangon Galacticos now continues to get a lot of points, from this round. NS Redforce, well, they also got, the chopping board this time for stage number 6 in Erangel. Then we can see Falak already making a move here. Onzen right behind that shack. FaZe continues to apply a lot of pressure. Oh, but what a shot coming from Onsen. That puts FaZe down on the ground. So he needs to survive. But, of course, we're still talking about 3 more members from 4 Tribes, and they will avenge FaZe in this situation. Can he serve his vengeance up against Onsen?
So far, Onsen's having a very good defensive cover, and he's already spot out Naki's position, so he's going to be seeing if he can out-trade that position. If Naki goes down, it will be very problematic for 4 Tribes, while 7-9 somehow holding on despite being on that low ground. The rest of the members of YG over to spot of the kills. It's going to be Manpa, the former champion of SEA, charging up forward, and it's 3 Onsen's napped from the back, and it is out of FaZe Clan to take one of their brothers from Thailand out of this match. Now into the top 4 we go.
Alright, here we go. FaZe moving in closer. Puts down Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy wasn't able to pull his gun. Wasn't able to defend himself well. A little slow with the trigger. And now FaZe goes in for the massive spray once again. Trying to put down, say, Cloud this time. We're looking at the final 4 teams here for Stage 7, ladies and gents. And 4 Thrives is the only team with a complete members for this squad.
Looking hella good right now. They can actually close this up. And of course, we've got one of the best hitmen on the list to really fend them off, and IQ is already at it. Viren trying to find a little bit of a space for him to work with as he works in tandem with Manpa. Yuhai left out to dry, while FaZe making sure that he actually scout for the position, and just like that, takes out Say Cloud with his sharp eyes. 5 elimination points for YG. Not too shabby for a top 3 finish. Now it's between 7-9 and 14.
Yeah, FaZe caught him sleeping down there. Now here comes Fire making a move up against D2. 14-4 low in HP. Fire taking in some shots coming from Noki. He was able to put down one player coming from 4 Thrive, but Noki was able to get things done. Now we're looking at a 2v2 situation, but 4 Thrives, man, they are really flexing at the moment, trying to get rid of everyone. But what a shot coming from Manparang!
Great work, and now he's looking to close it up. 2 versus 1. FaZe, he has the firepower. They cannot underestimate him right now. But over on the hands of Manparang, he's got that grenade. This could very well be the first chicken dinner for September. And they found it! The Malaysian dream is real! And they have been able to overwhelm the rampaging 4 Tribes. And here it is. The PMSLC representative of Malaysia to take the first chicken dinner of the day.
Crazy ending that was. Wow. I mean, like, it kept me at the edge of my seat, that is for sure. I mean, I almost thought that 4 Thrives will definitely get the chicken dinner. I mean, they had all the advantages working out for them. They were pretty aggressive. They already have the momentum, the rhythm, everything. And it was such a great counter that Sem9 did. I think pretty much that the moment that Noki got shut down, I think that was the start, of the ripple effect onto the side of 4 Thrives, and they just kind of lost the momentum. And the fact that, Manparang made a essential nade onto FaZe, that kind of sealed the deal. But then again, we're talking about like 4 Thrives getting a double-digit elimination point for this round. That is still incredible, impeccable performance still. But we don't want to take away the spotlight, for our winner chicken dinner, which is of course Sem9 repping up Malaysia over here. So yeah, we just have to give it to them because that was a job well done.
It's actually crazy if you think about it. Manparang kind of retired from the pro scene for about 3 years at the minimum, and once more showing how exactly it's done, where he has been able to win out the C Championship back in the past in official tournaments. And that being said, if we take a look at those numbers, 4 Tribes definitely is unmatched. They got the most elimination points, the most damage done as well, if you ask me. But Sem9, they held on for such a defensive position, and they moved in at the perfect time. And it wasn't exactly easy when you have Yangon Galacticos and also members of Nongshim Redforce being around. So let's make comparison, right? FaZe, unstoppable. There was also IQ in great position. So, like I said, pretty much
15.
a very big difference in the form of damage.
Yeah, 15 elimination points. That is outstanding. And just look at the damage output. It's over 3,000. Okay, so yeah, it was just so unfortunate, I guess. But then again, even if like not securing the chicken dinner, we can still say that Fourth Tribes did amazing, for this round. And we also have the MVP, of course. We got 7 elimination points for this guy alone. Falak, 1,457 damage output. And he only used, like 9 utilities inside the game. So I guess this guy has been pretty amazing so far. He's bringing pride to the country. And now Fourth Tribes is playing in the international stage. So that's the major thing that the Pakistani community is actually looking forward to.
That's right. He's always super reliable when you need him the most. And you saw he was climbing up to that cheeky little position up the tower to really yoink a couple of all these names out there. So the one that has been able to match Four Tribes is actually Shrebs coming from Vampire Esports. He really took charge of that entire sector of Ferropier. Barring that, they could not really find an entry point. I mean, overall, they really fought tooth and nail. They took out DPLUS Kia. They also took out Alpha7. 2 very, very notable names who are fighting for that top position.
Oh man, I can see you guys down there in the comment section going crazy as well. Yeah, that was outstanding, I'm telling you guys. But we can expect more of that action to happen for the remaining matches today. Now, again, we're looking at the match leaderboard. 21 points for Fourth Tribes, but it was Sem9 who took the chicken dinner with 15. Vampire Esports coming in at 3rd with 11. So it's a good thing to see on the board that no team actually exited the game empty-handed. So I guess it's a great start for everyone.
I would say a decent start for the rest of the field and a stellar run for both Sem9 as well as Four Tribes in particular. Even Yangon Galacticos with that 5-pointer that they've actually accomplished throughout those fights. I think that definitely supplements them a whole lot more, where they're not exactly clear from the gutter at this moment. And even FaZe Clan stepping up to the platter at this moment is really showing up that, hey, they still have a little bit of that momentum from the chicken dinner that they won from yesterday's run. So, of course, we want to see a whole lot more. And take a look at the amount of total limbs. It's a little higher than usual because we got 18 teams in specific. That also tells you that, a couple of these teams were struggling to even get out of the island. Some got taken out by the play zone. And the furthest range coming in from HORAA Esports, it's none other than Sleepy. So, that's it. I would say the rest of these numbers are pretty stock standard, but now we get ourselves the overall rankings.
Yep, and if we're gonna really focus on the amount of numbers set out by DPLUS K, it's already at 145, and again, it's a really huge gap, there's to our second placer, which is of course FaZe Clan. Alpha7, I'm still really waiting for them to show us what they got, transform into their beast form, so to speak. And now with a major performance still coming from Fourth Tribes, they were able to redeem themselves, and now they're back at number 4, climbing up 4 ranks here at 113. And out of the teams that we can see from the first page, we also have Vampire Esports with a notable performance as well, climbing up 2 ranks.
That's right, and that being said, it does push HORAA Esports down a notch if that's going to be the case. Sem9, a beautiful chicken dinner, will be seeing them surge up ahead 2 spots, pushing RRQ down, while YG has at least make a little bit more of that maintenance with their double-digit pointer run. So we're definitely looking at a lot of changes to be made throughout each respective round, because you take a look at the midfield, there's so many teams around 80 to 70 points, so we are expecting all these teams to even go for even more. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more chicken dinners to follow.
Step into the ring. Let's go.
A shocking ending to our first chicken dinner where SM9 has been able to overcome the odds to take down 4 Tribes where they were on an absolute rampage. Once again, it's Contra as well as your favorite, of course, queen that's always been on the show, and it is none other than Red Queen Andy. So that's it. We've already concluded our first matchup in Erangel. This time, we're switching things up, moving into the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Hey, nobody was expecting perhaps, that kind of ending to happen during match 1. I mean, everyone else is just really looking at 4 Thrives. Just like what we mentioned, if in case you guys missed match number 1, all the advantages were really working out for them. I mean, that explains just how much elimination points they were able to squeeze out of that match. We're talking about 15, a whopping 15 for Thrives. So let's see if they could probably replicate the same energy for match number 2, but it is going to be a different terrain. We are going to jump in Miramar this time, and yeah, we're gonna go through this first before we start the game.
Well, if I'm gonna start with my pick, I think 4 Tribes so far have definitely showed splendid performances, not only in the past round, but in Miramar in specific. So I think, like, very often than not, I've said it once again, like, if it's gonna be Northern kind of circle, then 4 Tribes will definitely be within the top 4, if not the chicken dinner.
Yeah, agree with you. But since you've already picked 4 Thrives, and my second choice was NS Redforce, but production already took NS Redforce. So let's see. Okay, okay, I feel like I'm gonna go with Vampire Esports, just because I feel like today is the day they're gonna flip the script onto everyone, and also because of the fact that they are the defending champions for this season. So it's gonna be interesting if they can really do something big for us. I mean, in tonight's set of matches, try to catch up with the match point, because, well, I think the Smash rule can even out the odds for everyone.
Yeah, it's also interesting, right? When we take a look at all these lists of names out there, it's also important for Nongshim to not set the benchmark for far too high. I mean, teams are hoping to shut them down, because if the benchmark is too high, nobody's going to be able to race up against them. Then it will definitely either drag on until some of all these guys, either Nongshim or DPLUS Kia, wins it out. So right now, while they're still trying to find a rhythm, I think even the likes of Vampire Esports, which we saw last round, Schweppes, crazy amount of elimination points secured, he's definitely onto something, and Vampire Esports are still going to be a threat towards the rest of the field.
And for those of you guys asking in the comment section when the Smash rule will take effect, that would happen tomorrow. Okay, so this is the last day that teams can really get as much points as they could, just so they can meet the requirements so that they can qualify for the Smash rule for this tournament. And now, okay, we're about to start match number 14. Let's check if this is going to be the same as the previous Erangel, because we've seen a lot of changes, in the drop locations, in the drop clashes. And now for match number 14, let's see if that will happen exactly.
Time to find out, like you said, as this will kick things off from the corners of Impala Puerto Paraiso, headed into the far west. So we're expecting maybe even some drops moving into areas like El Pozo. So very interesting, where it does not really seem to favor those teams who love to drop over the north. So teams like 4 Tribes will have to look for a plan B, whether if they're getting the big goal to go back into their default spot around that water treatment area, or just absolutely take a new spot. Loudemore could also be considered if certain teams are having not much of a clue onto where exactly to start things off with. So rather interesting. We'll have to see if there's going to be multi-teams that's moving into Impala, as we're already seeing DPLUS Kia as well as the rest of GLU Squad floating that direction.
And if you guys saw the names from the left side of the screen just moments ago, most knockouts, most elimination points still, is Nobu of DPLUS Kia. Headshots actually is No Fear of HORAA Esports, but also is Nobu's just really trailing him from behind. And that's for the highest damage. Again, it is still Nobu, but let's see if, it will be different as we progress through the games this evening. But in the meantime, we're looking at the Savior, and they seem to be already busy getting everything that they need first before they get into a fight up against Arena. Now, we've seen this fight happen all throughout the tournament, and let's see who will be winning this time. Usually it's D-Saver, but perhaps, Arena can do something about this and strike their revenge up against D-Saver.
And speaking of that, 4 Tribes kicking things up a notch right now. It really felt like we never really left the past game. 7-9 docking directly over onto the middle sector of this Monte Evo, so it is going to be a very technical fight. While FaZe Clan running out, he found themselves a vehicle. Doxy looking to stop them, but he unleashes plenty of all these 5.56 bullets, but found nothing at all. So he's just gonna keep some of these resources and look for alternatives, and that also kind of secures even more vehicles for themselves. TZ looking for the trike, not anyone's favorite vehicle to be specific, since it does flip a whole lot. But hey, beggars can't be choosers right now. So long as there are vehicles for them to work with, that's gonna be a-okay.
As long as it can help you move from point A to point B. But anyway, okay, here comes another fight that might happen. And, with 4th Fries missing to secure the chicken dinner, from the previous round, I do wonder if they're going to add some more aggression in terms of their gameplay, just so they can make sure that this time they can take it home. But in the meantime, it's just Sem9 over here. I think they carried over the fight that happened in Erangel here in Miramar, so can't wait for this 2 teams to clash.
That's true. And it seems like they're just making sure that they're mindful of every step that they take. Firen is going to be the one to be playing first contact, but so far they're not really spotting all too much. IQ just playing by the very edge of it. He's playing it all alone through the water tanks, so a little bit tough if they were to be taken down, because the rest of 4 Tribes right now with 3 members swarming around Mika is going to be pretty interesting on what the maneuver is, because the big question is, can Mika hold his own? Because the rest of 7-9, they're segregated at this moment. I do believe at least Mika's relaying whatever movement info that he hears with those sound cues at the moment, and it's going to be Fala that takes charge. He's thinking twice whether to actually infiltrate, and he's cheekily climbing upwards instead. Okay, if he hears those footsteps, I think they should know. But so far, Mika staying absolutely silent. I don't think Falak has got the clue.
But they know that there is a team also in this area. I mean, we've gone through this multiple times already. And here comes the attack! Just like that! Got him off guard. T2-4, both Falak down on their knees. Served by Yumiko. So this is a big advantage right now from the side of Sem9. And that's confirmation coming through. T2-4 already out of the game. Now Yumiko cooking up a nade up against Noki. Noki slowly backing away, for now. He needs to be safe. He needs to find, something that could protect him for now, because Sem9 already on the move here. Full force up against Noki.
Yeah, great catch from Mika in order to find these opportunities. Naki all alone right now, as IQ is too far away to send any form of help. So that's going to be 3 points out there. All back. And they're bringing out the knife to this gunfight. And Firen lands the killing blow. So it's a little rough, a little bit dire of a situation. Can I change my predictions right now? I guess not.
Sem9 doing the nasty. Oh, man. To take out someone with, probably they're just saving ammos, right? It is at the beginning of the match or stage 1, so they haven't really fully looted just yet. But yeah, Falak is still alive. Probably, Sem9 is using him as bait over here. They're checking like, okay, are you going to come back for your teammate or not, because yeah, we're gonna like make him as our hostage. But ah man, losing to Sem9 again in Miramar. Oh, I do wonder if Four Tribes gonna do something about it come match number 3. But in another part of town, it looks like FaZe Clan and Alpha7 going head to head. Revo down on the ground, but right behind him are his teammates. Squashboo already on his way to the rescue from the kill feed. That's what it's BTR versus Nongshim Redforce.
Vinny's gonna be able to find that catch while FaZe Clan also tagging alongside those members of Alpha7. For Shopper, getting a lot of damage being done. GLU has been taken off the list much early on, while Nongshim Redforce split apart as Vinny's kind of looking for alternative plans. But right at this moment, I run where exactly are the rest of his teammates?
Okay, Vampire Esports right now shutting down Joker, making sure that, yeah, he will be sent back to the lobby. So that is a punch to the face onto E Arena. So now the Vampire Esports has the advantage up against the Arena. I wonder if the Arena will be taking the bait. Are they gonna go and retaliate and serve their revenge up against Vampire Esports, or live to fight another day? It's going to be fight or flight. We still don't know exactly, but what we know is that BTR is rotating close to where Nongshim Redforce is, just around was that power grid? Okay, I'm just gonna take a look at that later on. But yeah, Vikings is also on the move as well. They're sticking close to the edge of the circle.
Yeah, and Vikings, the last I saw, one of the members is holding on to a crossbow for some kind of reason. Well, they've been able to actually shunt away some of the members of RRQ, both teams clad in gold. Let's break, making sure that he flushes their position further and further from where they're currently at. Just by the edge of the illness, they're currently playing true, while majority of the field are looking to book a spot around Minas Generalis to be one of the prime locations, if not across the northern point of power grid right now, with Nongshim Redforce actually getting the perfect spot to really hold out. And mind you, for other teams to even cut across from the eastern side, they're gonna get shot, no doubt. So it is not an easy kill that they would be able to fight up against Nongshim Redforce. So this is a solid chance for the team to claim a big win.
Since the circle already shifted, San Martin now is the focal point, but all I can say is that the circle is behaving quite erratic today. I mean, even during the first round, back to Miramar, I mean, it just favored the north side, so there are a lot of teams that will be coming from the south, so that's what we need to anticipate, because there will be again like a massive cleanup that will happen, you know, from down below. And now GLU Squad, even Team Secret, they are parallel to each other, just because I feel like they're gonna go for the same entry point coming from the east side. But most of the teams, just like Sem9, even VOIN Donkey, and even Talent Esports, Vampire, I feel like, you know, they're gonna collide in just a while. That fight's definitely gonna brew. I mean, it's already brewing.
Speaking of which, right now Nongshim with a great tag. TZ somehow spots him with what, only a red dot sight. Ridiculous work rate on this gentleman, while he's hoping to do even more of that damage towards the rest of the members of BTR. This is what I talked about. Nongshim Redforce, they pick a really smart position, and now this entire field of view is absolutely up for grabs, including the ones inside St. Marvin. The ones closest to them right now is FaZe Clan, but they're kind of hunkering down onto one of the warehouses right down below, so they don't exactly have that vision. So they're just going to let them at least sit around for the moment. While over in the south, Vampire Esports, they left Picado and find themselves closer and closer to Power Grid. Spots out the rest of Talon. Moving up the hillside, they're on with down to Shields, hoping to draw something in return, and Yoru also going in for a little bit of exchange. So these SEA teams are down for a big collateral.
Oh, Man, okay. I mean, Talent Esports will definitely have a hard time, getting through Vampire Esports. They don't have any elevation working out for them, and Vampire Esports is just really capitalizing on that one. But they need to be careful because BTR is just right behind them. But anyway, we're looking at FaZe Clan here. One casualty from their side. Red Bull was able to recuperate, but Arena's trying to flush them out with all those nades. And Viper Esports bags a point. The kill feed is definitely lining up over here. We can hear a lot of gunshots, especially coming from the shotgun of 456. Now, he's trying to make a move so far, but couldn't find the right angle for him.
True enough, and it's going to be a lot of back and forth between these two right now. E-Arena being infiltrated with FaZe Clan. Once again, go in with the major shutdown with swinging DPS to be able to shut them. Tries to at least clear some of the areas. Chopper doing exactly the same. FaZe Clan, they found 2.
The Arena got eliminated with no score whatsoever, but we still do have 16 teams, so I feel like most are really getting tactical now. Talent Esports out of the equation as well. We got 7-9 back on the screen here, posting a total of 6 elimination points in the bag. And again, 7-9, they did so great during the Erangel match, and they seem to be doing that again, for the Miramar round. Now, Lazarus is cooking an 8 here up against Umega. He was on point, and yeah, also great follow-through coming from Vanjine. Hopefully I'm saying your name right.
That is.
Yeah, Vintorez. Okay, Vintorez was able to do a follow-through for the side of Vampire Esports, hence getting another point and firing all alone in this situation, left to deal with business. Okay, was able to do a counter, but then again, we have so many players coming from Vampire Esports ready to take him out.
He's so cheeky to still do a little bit more of that damage up against a member of Vampire Esports, but thankfully, Shreps is just there for the rescue. So, a great reset. Vampire Esports right now at least have a lot more space to work around that power grid sector, while the rest of Nongshim Redforce, they're not really putting too much pressure on the rest of the field just yet. While Vampire Esports, after taking out 7-9, will see themselves bunched up, and this is where it gets a little bit difficult for them to eventually challenge BTR, despite BTR having those lower numbers to actually work with.
Ooh.
And what He's trying to go all the way back to catch on to Mela, and he will be able to find it. Great tag, and now down to 3 members. VPE got to wrap the other way around, and each team right now tanking the zone. They cannot afford to spend too long. As this stage 3, it will still take a chunk of their health.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about a while ago. I mean, BTR is or was monitoring the situation. Vampire Esports going up against another team just moments ago, and they took that opportunity wherein Vampire Esports is still trying to do a reset. They came in and they took some points, from Vampire Esports, but they lost a couple of players as well. And now we can see that Bumblebee already headed towards San Martin. He's waiting for Satar, while Vampire Esports is picking up Miola in this situation, but Ventura is also on the way. So I feel like the BTR Vampire connection, it's still gonna happen even at this stage. But we already have 3 squads at least headed towards San Martin. I mean, we've got HORAA, NS Redforce, we got GLU as well. But NS Redforce, speaking of them, okay, I think someone took a hit and now currently down on his knee. So let's see if he will be taken out as well. But as for Vintora's man, great shot coming from Sky of HORAA.
Yeah, he had the elevated views, but not quite enough angles to work for BTR. Find themselves in a tough situation, but they will eventually overcome the final member of 4 tribes. Oh, close 1v1 coming in from Bumblebee, and he managed to stay afloat. Take a look at the rest of the field. 14 still left remaining, while Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports having such a great leverage just by the top side of San Martin. And right now, teams are scrambling inside the city. GLU finding the rest of Vikings moving in between the rails, and it will be pretty much a safe journey for Vikings to be able to hold firm for the moment, while GLU Squad getting tagged by Nongshim. moving closer and closer in the distance.
Yeah, that was an angry spray, you know, coming from BTR just moments ago. I mean, that was completely retaliating over someone. But okay, so we're looking at NS Redforce. They already have 3 elimination points. We got HORAA Esports, and you did mention that they are holding on to a great vantage point over here. But Vampire Esports also on their way to take them out from behind. And you know what? Another team that might take them out, that would be DPLUS Kia.
And
I'm not exactly sure. But argue right now, Lepar making a move. He's been getting tagged as well, but he was able to shut down Levi's from that exchange. He pulls out his M416 and now coming after Parajit. So let's see if exactly that's what's gonna happen from this clash. And there you go, Lepar with a war.
It's crazy how well RQ managed to defend, and right now he gets to save 2 of his fallen brethren. Gotta see if Team Secret's gonna be able to close it up. Those grenades might just be lopped right in. Lepar now needing to at least pop smoke just for safety for the moment. Now, Duckel coming in from Team Secret. How many ducks are there in this tournament? I lost count. Probably this is the third. While Vikings infiltrates, and eventually we are looking at the rest of DPLUS Kia eventually bowing out as they take out the rest of them tires, while Team Secret goes in for the full charge. There's only gonna be Lepar left. How long can he hold firm? And there's just not much space for him to work with. Taking out, closing right in, and Lepar goes down. What? He's the one surviving. What? It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, here we go. D-Savior out as well. And just look at that. They haven't scored anything out of this round as well. Just like that, you know, 9 teams remaining. Which is kind of explosive, you know, coming from all the teams here. I mean, everyone seems to be putting up a great show now that we are already at day number 3 of the grand finals. Second to the last day, so to speak. HORAA Esports, yeah, they are really capitalizing on this one. I mean, they can see those teams that are staying down in San Martin easier for them to actually just make it rain and, you know, just really take out someone, you know, with a kind of a position that they have. And as for Yangon Galacticos, they're not, I mean, they're staying out of conflicts for now. Same thing goes for Alpha7 and even VOIN Donkey, since they no longer have that firepower. They probably will have a late game, you know, for this. I mean, they're focusing on longevity, obviously, and they would want to collect as much placement points as they could. So if there's really no need for them to get into an altercation, I don't think we're going to be seeing them fight, you know, for now. And speaking of fight, I feel like it's going to be between Vikings, NS, and GLU, since they're pretty close to one another. And HORAA Esports is really, really taking advantage of this particular spot.
No fear so far unchallenged, as they are still holding on to a firm location inside the zone. No reason for HORAA Esports to budge while they are slowly tagging players after players. The only problem is that once they actually get the knock, there's all these kind of covers for them to work with. And then once again, you see, no fear, he gets the tag, but he cannot finish the job because there's just so much room around this urban setting for them to wait for that cover. So there's still maybe a little bit more of that chance where revives could still go through. So it will definitely take a while for HORAA to actually secure even more of those points. Well, when we go into urban settings, it is definitely going to be a little bit more of a hole coming from the rest of the field. Therefore, they're waiting for stage 5 to subside. And then once that happens, we will expect all these teams to start making big movements around the map, and perhaps that's where HORAA Esports stands a chance to take on more. And speaking of which, Potatoes over the back, and that alerts Sky, and Sky kind of dares him to move any inch further. It's going to be the demise of Potato.
Yeah, they would want to snatch this area right here from HORAA Esports, but I don't think they can do just that, considering that, again, they don't have the manpower to take care of business up against HORAA Esports. But Sky, let's see what he's going to do in this situation. We got No Fear looting the airdrop. Unfortunately, oh man, Murnut boy spots him and threw a nade. And that's it, you know. HORAA Esports now suffered a casualty over here.
It's just a little bit of a hiccup for them, but I do believe that they should be able to kind of bounce back from it. VOIN Donkey, though, uphill battle. They now know for the fact that they cannot really challenge HORAA at the top, so they're just hoping to kind of wait it out and find an alternative plan. As instead of moving up the hillside, they're driving back in towards the city's corners, and they might actually meet up with the final member of BTR. Now, I kind of want to know who exactly Bumblebee is. We have his portrait, but not exactly the usual name that they actually put. Is it Foxy? Is it not? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, Alpha7 right now on our screens, looking for that first elimination point up against the rest of Team Secret. Big Nate popped upon Xerus. Not enough to actually find the mark with those Molotovs just yet, but those grenades are looking pretty scary, dropping very closely onto Trank as well as Jiki.
I mean, GLU, NS Redforce, Alpha7, Team Secret, these are the team battles that are already inevitable. I mean, obviously one of the team will only be the one to step inside the zone at this point. I mean, considering the fact that every team that I just mentioned are still outside of the zone. Now, we can see Carillo's popping off some smokes here, but Team Secret already decided, hey, maybe, you know, it's better for us to just prioritize getting inside the circle before we get into any fights. I mean, you don't want to overextend your stay in Miramar. I mean, outside of the zone there. GK got eliminated by Team. Same thing goes for Doc of Team Secret, and Zeta's been getting some damage as well coming from Break of Vikings. And Vikings seems to be winning the fight up against Team Secret. And just like that, 4 elimination points down in the bag here for Team Secret, but they're back in the lobby.
And you just look at the impact that Superman actually brings to the table right now. He's just charging forward, finding all his eliminations. Bumblebee still has it in the back, taking out Zeta. Potato as well. This one taken out by Superman. And there goes VOIN Donkey. Already 9 points for the Vikings. Well, can BTR still hold firm? Bumblebee being absolutely quiet. But Superman knows there's still somebody in there. T wants to leave no stones unturned. Needs to be tossed over the upper end, but he's hiding on the bottom instead. And I think that they have a little hunch. Well, through the window, they managed to spot him out. So there goes BTR, top 6 finish. Respectable for what it's worth.
Through the windows, through the walls, we got Viking Esports dominating that exchange. Eliminating, of course, the remaining players come from BTR with only 2 points in their pocket. And now we're looking at Yangon Galacticos challenging up the boys of HORAA Esports. Sky took a hit, and now he's badly injured. But then again, there's still time, you know, for HORAA Esports to pick up their teammate over here. But as for St. Cloud, he's probably reporting back to the rest of the team here that, hey, you know, HORAA Esports might be vulnerable. You know, there could be a chance for us to take this vantage points for ourselves. But then again, we're still looking at HORAA Esports and how good they are in terms of execution and their defense. And as for Yangon, man, they're managing 2 teams over here. Alpha7 already ready to take charge in this situation. But is Yangon Galacticos prepared for a fight?
We'll have to see. They will definitely have been in a grand location for the longest time, but this time around, it's rather difficult that they find themselves on the foothill instead. Alpha7 holding on to the peak. Kind of disallows YG from going anywhere further than that, which is why they're trying to hustle for that position with that one player over on the far end. And YG firmly planted inside zone, whereas Alpha7 is not, so they just really have to wait for Alpha7 to actually move right through. But Alpha7 is trying to fight that way up against the teams over the outskirts, and they managed to get a couple of knocks, and that's coming from one member of HORAA Esports and Mafioso at the same time.
You know what? Yangon Galacticos may be inside the zone, but then again, they don't have any high ground position, and Alpha7 is capitalizing on that one, even HORAA Esports. And getting sandwiched in between also does not add to their advantage as well. So this is going to be a tough ride, you know, for the side of Yangon Galacticos. If they can survive this, then all good. You know, we can probably see them, you know, during the last few zones here, maybe score a lot of points as well. But Alpha7 already moving in They are really gonna charge, you know, Yangon Galacticos this time, and what a shot coming from Revo. That was super aggressive, eliminating Master Smile just like that. I mean, HORAA Esports right now having an exchange with NS Redforce as well, but they do have the zone, you know. I mean, map control-wise, it's HORAA Esports.
Looking pixel perfect for some of these guys out there. A7 to really took the perfect opportunity to really start them down. Only down to Romeo Boy right at the and they are still having worries as HORAA over the hillside is still spraying them down. HORAA right now with the most numbers, they can actually fend off the rest of A7. Well, for the back end, there's still Superman and the rest of Vikings trying to charge right through. It's gonna be a great tag to suppress the maneuvers, and it's down to Superman right now. Slippy spots him out. Snap grenade.
Oh!
And Slippy goes down. Superman once again showing who's boss.
Hey, can Superman fly? Oh no, says Sky. The sky is for me and the rest of the gang of HORAA Esports. What a nade, and also what a counter up against Superman. But then again, I mean, those are like high elimination points, so I can still say that for Vikings, they're pretty a high-performing team for this round. Unfortunately, they were able to secure the chicken, but then again, it's still a phenomenal performance. Let's see if that will happen as well onto the side of Alpha7 this time. I mean, they do have the numbers, and they were able to turn the tables up against Yangon Galacticos because Yangon right now are the ones outside of the zone, and they need to come in. But will Alpha7 Esports let them? Ooh!
Beautiful nade connecting onto Romeo, and just like that, quick tags will send Burnout Boy and the rest of Yangon Galacticos out in the fields. Now it's between Alpha7 as well as HORAA. They do have the high ground, and the rest of A7, they're trying to push forward to really put some pressure onto Sky. And right now, Sky has lost vision. But the only thing that HORAA Esports have working out for them is that none of them has spot out Jiggle over the back. But as I say that, Revo is kind of working on it, pushing up the hillside up against him. So they kind of have an inkling of where exactly they are. They now charged up, tossed out, doesn't clip onto Revo. Just a little tip over on the shoulder right now.
Oh, man.
And Carrillo is going to be the next one to fall.
Alright, here we go. This is gonna be a great showdown between Alpha7 and HORAA Esports. Unfortunately, HORAA obviously doesn't have the numbers so far to go up against Alpha7. But oh, what a shot coming from Jiggle, evening out the fight. But unfortunately, Alpha7 was holding on to a better vantage point up top, and Alpha7 secures the win for match number 2 here in Miramar.
It's crazy how well the Brazilians have been able to pave their way. They were battling back and forth against Yangon Galacticos for that position, and they have made all these aggressive stands. They charged into those slump terrains and found those kills, and eventually even charging up the hillside to take out HORAA Esports. If that's not a show of confidence, I don't know what to say, because Alpha7 Esports is going to show us if they could be the champions by the end of the tournament.
All right, this is what I want to see. Big names already stepping up. It's not just, you know, DPLUS Kia and NS Redforce taking the wins, you know, getting most elimination points. And you know, I did say this at the beginning of the grand finals that I do wonder if Alpha7 will also be stepping up. You know, if we're going to see them really transform into the apex predators that we know that they are. And it seems to me like they're already in the mood, perhaps, you know, to score a lot for day number 3. And this was such a great ending, you know, for Alpha7. It was a little bit of a struggle just moments ago. You know, the way that they actually tried to go up against Yangon Galacticos, and they were able to turn the tables up against them. And it was a slow burn, so to speak, but they were able to take control at the end of the match, hence eliminating the remaining boys of HORAA Esports and taking the win. So that was a top-notch performance indeed.
And yeah, I would say exactly the same. And you take a look at the impact that Revo and Squash Boo had, not only in the form of elimination points, but the damage that they've been able to really put out throughout the field has been second to none. I definitely have seen a lot of attempts coming for HORAA Esports where, they have had that high ground advantage for a very long time. But I guess, like, it's really down to the kind of shot calls that A7 make that is the difference when it comes down to all these duels. They really took charge of all these scenarios, and overall, they have been so efficient on those close quarter fights and even on all these long-range grenade tosses at the very same time. So look at the teams that has been able to perform. It's not only the two names that we mentioned, Vikings, Superman. Man, Superman was just going crazy in this round.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Superman is a key member of Vikings. I believe he complements, the game style altogether. In terms of like overall team composition, I think they're doing great. But let's check out the head-to-head first. We got Lazarus over here, Vampire Esports versus Revo Alpha7. The stats are not far too much of a gap. It's so close, so I think it's just pretty much the same thing, Like, when it comes to the MVP, though, it's Tins coming from Vikings with a total of 7 elimination points and 729 damage output. And I'm gonna say it again, even if they were able to get the chicken for this round, fact of the matter is they were super aggressive, in terms of getting those elimination points that they need to improve their overall status in the rankings.
True enough. I mean, MVKE overall is a team that is always hunting out for elimination points. So we definitely want to see if they could eventually find a sort of lead to eventually get more of those placement points. But hey, they've been able to really put up quite the showing. Take a look at the top performers. We got Tins here with 7 eliminations, followed closely by Lazarus, aka Schweppes, who's been able to secure 4, and same could be said about Sky, as well as Squash Boo, with Lazarus doing significantly a little bit more damage as compared to both Sky and Squash.
Yep, and Squash Boo, I can say, this guy has been, keeping us really excited at every match, or like in every clash that happens inside of Battlefield for the side of Alpha7, and there's no doubt that he is always included in the top performers. So I wonder if he can get his name, as one of the players on the road to becoming the overall MVP for the entirety of this tournament. Now, speaking of Alpha7, again, they finished at the top here with 18 points in total. We got HORAA Esports also coming in at second with 15. They're tied up with Vikings, by the way, so those 3 teams finished at the podium. Now, throwables used in the match, 201. Now, I would love to say that, I want to see this one go higher. We've seen as much as over 300 plus, so I do wonder if that's going to happen as well. But maybe, just maybe. I mean, you did say this a while ago that we have at least 18 teams in the lobby, so perhaps, we can still see that number go high up.
True enough, and on top of that, take a look at the surge coming from Alpha7. Right now, overtaking Nongshim Redforce as they bounce upwards, and even FaZe Clan at the very same time. So they're inching closer and closer. Alpha7 can actually compete with DPLUS Kia in that sense. Nongshim moving upwards well to 122 points, whereas when we take a look at the big movements and the jumps coming from Vikings, 2 good rounds sees them moving up into the top 10.
And you know what? Alpha7 just started, being aggressive for day number 3, and they were able to climb up the second spot with potential, of course, of dethroning DPLUS Kia. I mean, the gap is not that big anymore. I mean, maybe a couple of more big games for the side of Alpha7. There's no doubt that DPLUS Kia can get dethroned, but we will see if that is what's going to happen for the remaining matches today, ladies and gents, because we're going to take a short break. So don't go away. Red Queen and Contra will be right back after this.
Step into the ring.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. We are now at match number 3 in Miramar. We are still your casters. My name is Red Bean, together with Contra, ready to serve you guys, of course, the spiciest chicken dinner we can.
That's right, and Alpha7 right now is popping off. I mean, take a look at the list of names over on the leaderboard, and Nongshim Redforce is showing some signs of struggle, and hence why a lot of all these teams are definitely capitalizing on that. So now we've already had a little taste of what that previous round of Miramar has to offer, and we're going to go back at it for more. And then later on, double round of Erangel before we move back into Miramar. So taking a look so far, I mean, last couple of showings coming from Alpha7, they definitely have taken pride that they have been by far one of the best teams to really put those numbers in, despite DPLUS Kia having those consistent run into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a different vibe, for day number 3 of the grand finals. I mean, I do love the fact that we are seeing, different names really go at it and really reaching the top of every match. So I do wonder if that's going to continue up until, the last matches that we're going to have for today. But as for my prediction, since we're going to go back to Miramar, and they haven't quite retaliated just yet. So this time I'm going to go with 4 thrives.
Oh, I was just about thinking of 4 tries because, last flight path, they had to resort into dropping into Montevideo, which is why they were fighting 7-9. If they were given the choice, usually they won't go there. Now that you've taken that, I guess I'm going to go with a very bold attempt of having Alpha7 score a second chicken dinner today.
Ooh, back to
Alpha
back?
7.
Okay, right. I mean, they could pull up a consistent run, since we're going to go back to Miramar. That is pretty possible. And now, experts' predictions going for Team Secret. Yeah, I mean, obviously they turned on their aggression as well. So they've also taken up another notch here. So yeah, perhaps lots of possibilities, right? I mean, we're talking about 18 teams going in the battlefield, so it's really hard to know just like which of them is gonna go for that cherry on top, so to speak. But it's gonna be an interesting fight all in all. 4 tribes, they worked so hard during the first match today, and their participation in the second round was just kind of brief. So I feel like all this bottled up energy that they have, from game number 1 to game number 2, they're gonna release it, for match number 3. That's just what I think.
Yeah, I mean, same could be said as well for Team Secret. I just really want to see them really put up a similar performance to what we saw early on, where they're really racking points left, right, and center. And if I were to also choose another different team, Vikings. I mean, look at how much of damage they actually put out in that field, that it's almost pretty scary, despite, you have all these other lists of names out there who's been able to really put up quite a contest. And right now, it's really tough to tell. Is this also going to be a redemption arc coming in from DPLUS Kia? As much as, it doesn't seem too much of a redemption when they're sitting at the top, but these past 2 rounds, they were relatively absent, if you ask me.
They have been quiet. I definitely agree with you. I mean, this is not a DPLUS Kia that we saw during the playoffs and even during the second day of the grand final. So yeah, perhaps they're taking some time off. Maybe again they're having some Korean barbecue someplace else while fighting. I don't know, but they're a little distracted with the kind of performance that we're seeing from DPLUS Kia. But since they're still at the top, well, I think there's still some wiggle room that they can work with, having some mistakes, from every round. But we did say this, that Alpha7 is already catching up. The gap is not really that far anymore. So again, we're talking about, like, if Alpha7 have maybe if they actually do great in 2 matches, let's say like big elimination points and even a chicken dinner, then I feel like there's no doubt that Alpha7 can maybe even top DPLUS Kia. So, well, I can't wait to start match number 3. But of course, we'd love, for everyone to join this mini game that we're doing. Just check it out. I mean, like, maybe you can get a point for a prediction as well. Let us know down there in the comments section, like, which team you guys are going to root for next.
That's right. I mean, there's just so many great talents across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, Brazil, and we wish we could include everyone else in the mix as well, because these teams are preparing for the Esports World Cup, and that's happening within, these couple of weeks, which is one of the grandest events with plenty of prize pool to be on. And look at the list of teams that we have. Half of them are kind of participating. The other half, this is technically their off season, which is why you are seeing this to be, very big challenges coming for those who are playing over the off season, and for those who are playing in the EWC. I kind of think that a lot of all these Indonesian teams that are on board, they are not really showing us 100% because they don't really want to reveal too much of their strengths or certain strategies when they want to play in the EWC. So their plans will not be disrupted in that sense, and hence why you're looking at a lot of different substituted players, a lot of all these prodigies moving on the block. So if you guys are, big fans of the PMSLC Indo squads, then, more often than not, by the time comes EWC, they will pop up once, you have Federalis back on board, or you have some of all these other big names across RRQ.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, we don't even know like if this is going to be the same rotations or same gameplay that we're gonna see from our favorite teams come the official tournaments. And again, I was asking Sir Cloud, yesterday that I feel like DPLUS Kia is maybe doing some sort of intimidation up against the other teams that we have in the lobby. Okay, maybe it's also part of the plan, if a team doesn't really want to expose what they can do so far, or maybe show everyone their secret weapon. So that's part of the strategy. That's part of the grand scheme of things, for the other teams. But as for DPLUS Kia, this is they're really blowing up the charts here. They're dominating even during the playoffs. They're dominating. So yeah, there's already that big question, okay, are they really gonna finish this entirety of the tournament at the top, or is something else gonna happen? But whatever the reason, from the teams here, I think what our audience needs to understand is that this is more of a community tournament. This is just more on showing everyone what they can do, for teams to be experimental on their strategy and just try out new stuff, and for us to just enjoy. Again, it's not all about the team fights. It's about the clutches, the 1v3s, our favorite player going up against a rival, right? From other teams as well. So that's what we need to look at, to be honest. But anyway, again, we're already at match number 15 here, day number 3 of the grand finals. This is the second Miramar of the night, so let's hit it.
Well, I'm not too sure what to hit, but I know these players are hitting the mark, as we are getting all these crazy stats coming in from Nobu. And I guess it's just going to be usually a Nobu reel overall, but when it comes down to hit shots, it's actually Nofir that has secured the most overall. And so far, it's been IQ that has surpassed Nobu in the damage department at the very same time. So we're looking for any form of change. Now, good news for Fortrise fans, they are going to be able to drop into that Hacienda water treatment sector that they always know and love, while Yangon Galacticos are starting at the very far corner of the map. Very interesting is the last game we saw them actually play up towards the northern side, whereas I think that there's not going to be too much of a hot drop going into any specific location, as this is still relatively fair. As much as I say that, there's actually a flock of crowd. E-Arena, RRQ, MVKE, they're around that corner of Los Leones. As much as it's a big town to share, I'm thinking that this could be a little rather risky. Joker's could be
Hmm.
floating very far off from his teammates. So I'm wondering what exactly is the game plan for E-Arena.
What is the game plan? Yeah, absolutely right. Maybe Joker just went for the vehicle gameplay, right off the bat here, but he left his other members right down south, close to Vikings and D Savior. But then again, since everyone doesn't really have any weapons just yet, maybe they're just really gonna focus on like pillaging all of this abandoned buildings in Miramar. But you know what? It's a different story between HORAA Esports and FaZe. This is an early altercation between these two teams out of nowhere, trying to get a better look up against his opponent with a micro Uzi. And Sleepy right now over to the rooftop, did a massive spray up against FaZe, but did not connect at all. But unfortunately, Jiggle took some massive damage for himself, and now he is badly injured as well.
True enough, and it's a little tough, especially this early on when teams are still scouring around for those weaponry. Red Bull starting off real strong, while Sky tries to hold down the line. He's only got the Vector and the Pumpy. So we'll have to see what do they make out of the situation. The rest of FaZe Clan now driving by. A lot of attacks over on the GLU. Today GLU is a little off, if you ask me. A lot of times he's been eliminated first and foremost. This time, very dangerously low. Considering that it's early game, I believe that he does not really have those meds up yet. While Jacob's going to be picked up in a jiffy. So HORAA Esports kind of calls in for a grand reset.
So obviously Dewey needs to back away from this situation just because of the fact that he doesn't really have any first aid kits or like even bandages for the matter. So he needs to go to another location here so that he will not get picked off. But yeah, 779, 771 already out of the game, which puts FaZe Clan at a deficit over here. D Savior and Vikings going at it once again. We got Break rescuing his teammate now that he was able to take down a pathogen. But yeah, I mean, both of the teams here in this area could probably do a reset since it's too early really to go for that hard push just yet. And D Savior obviously will come and save their teammate Pathogen while Vikings do the same thing. But since most of the portion of Los Leones is no longer included in the zone, so perhaps teams that I just mentioned will really have a battle since well, only one team should survive.
It's gonna be a little bit of a long trade between these two Vietnamese teams. As much as I say that, it really feels like they really want to propel forward. Those nades are being put right through. Brick was lucky to be able to dodge that in the nick of time, but he soaks in a chunk of that damage, almost bringing him out. And last round, I saw Wunti on this crossbow, and finally we actually get to see him again. And he's been really sending a couple all these tags, exploding it right into the windows. So he's definitely limit testing for today.
Yeah. And you know what? Wunti's been always getting that explosive bow so far. I think it's becoming a meta, so to speak. I mean, we've seen this happen during the Hong Kong Invitational Showdown from Weibo Gaming. We got that player Sock. So I think he was able to do an effective demonstration of what that explosive bow can do in certain situations, and players are just adapting to it. While explaining that, while Superman took a hit, and now he's out of the game as well, D Savior right now with 1 elimination point, scaring away Vikings in this altercation.
Yeah, great angles coming in from 4. And it's this Lamborghini. I'm not quite certain. It might just be just the other day that we are looking at a player with a different name playing for the side of DX. And oh my goodness, Jiki, that was absurd! And quickly follow up by Zeros to secure it as well. GLU Squad stood no chance to even respond to that.
Yeah, it was insane. It was insane. And let's see. Will the team still have a chance to help their teammates since he is currently at the summit here. But again, that was such a great pickup, from Team Secret. But yeah, I think was able to get the point, right? I mean, okay, it's 2 points now for the side of Team Secret, and they're about to get to a high ground. Of course, when it comes to Miramar, you always to have a high ground for yourself. That would be the name of the game here. And if you don't have any elevation working out for you, then that could be detrimental, for any team.
And on top of that, a lot of all these teams just making sure that they will be able to be in a certain location that does benefit them in the form of recovery when it comes down to taking some of all these elevated spots at the very same time. Bigetron, thus far, have always had that privilege to start things off inside power grid, but most often than not, no matter where the zone shifts, BTR would still somewhat receive a portion of it, since if it's going to be a central area, then BTR could just, stay around for a little while longer. And they have the rest of HORAA Esports. They've been able to at least, get one back in turn with that first pointer secured by Sky. And at the moment, it seems like they're happy enough to be holding over on the course of La Corbeira. I want to quickly take a look again to where exactly the zone will end up, and it seems like it will still be covering some of the main sectors. And looking at the current situation, Vampire Esports are rocking a little closer and closer to the rest of the field as they're trying to charge up and get themselves back on the wheel. So where exactly will they journey to next? Because we got 20 seconds from now before stage 1 closes, and I believe that they want to quickly gain that positioning in a short moment. And speaking of which, oh boy, look at that big cluster around Minas Generalis, and I'm starting to get a little bit concerned because YG's coming very far.
Oh man, another circle shift, of course, and it went down south. So those teams that are already on the northern side, I mean, just look at the amount of teams over there. There's Sem9 close to GLU, Team Secret, DPLUS here, we got RQ as well. Up north, we got VOIN Donkey and Alpha7, even Sky and the rest of the gang there. So I feel like there's really tons of battle that is going to happen in just a while, just considering just how close they are all together. But before that, let's check out Talon Esports, still currently at the bottom of the page here. Again, we're checking, like, okay, if Talon Esports would show us a little bit of energy, for the entirety of the tournament. They're the only team so far not really collecting as much points as they can. But then, another match, another chance for them to of course, dominate. But coming off the kill feed, it's E-Arena versus Team Secret right now. Just how we called it out. We got Tourniquet cooking up a nade here. Zero's down on the ground by Mormon. But Mormon needs to recuperate as well. Let's see how things are going to go down for E-Arena and Team Secret. I believe Team Secret is down to their last player, which is GK.
GK. He's trying to see if he can actually get something done. And quick swing coming from Tourniquet. We'll be able to secure it. So there goes one more off the list for Team Secret. As Frankie is the last man standing in. He's trying to bail out, but he's stuck in between the rocks. And the rest of FaZe Clan are looking down at him and looking to shred him apart. Somehow he is still managing just fine with a slither of health. Like fine. FaZe Clan still looking for that opportunity, but they are getting shot at the same time. So there goes Team Secret, as that will be pretty much quick work coming out of a member of FaZe Clan. CP right now going for the charge, and the rest of FaZe Clan right now getting shredded out. GLU Squad arrives from the back, and XKF will be able to find it, but he puts himself in a very dangerous spot. It's Talon to steal that pointer away, while Talon Esports continues on, propelling up ahead. And just like that, Talon Esports stealing that one pointer away just gives a little bit more of a signal warning to the rest of GLU Squad, who's over on the far hills. And my, it is looking rather tough, as this Minas Generalis position is not going to be playable. A lot of all these teams struggling to even get through the blue.
All right, here we go. 7 teams or 17 teams remaining. Stage 2, BTR going up against Force Tribes. T24 Falak down on the ground here. Same thing goes for IQ. BTR having a great time dominating this collision over here. Probably because they do have the better vantage point, I can say. But checking out the map feed over here, NS Redforce might go up against Alpha7 and even HORAA Esports. Over to the east side, we got Vampire Esports, Sem9, even RQ, D-Saver, DPLUS Kia coming into play as well. Onzen just knocked down on the ground by Talent Esports this time. So a lot of things going on at the same time. So we're going to be, we're going to try to check out everything that is happening here.
Yeah, try is the key word, right? So, that being said, I'm looking at a couple of all these teams in a great position. Like you mentioned, BTR is one of them. And the other that's playing over the south side is going to be MBKE because they are situated on two sides of the what I call the Dev Valley. You know, right past Mikado when you're heading to Hacienda. That White Valley is super dangerous. And this is the reason why all these teams are trying to play by the hillside. Now, rocking over the back of Graveyard, it is going to be Sem9 that might be looking to seize an opportunity to take on some of the members of Talent in the esports. Talent has been there from the get-go, and it's going to be pretty tough to actually flush the position. Now, TZ's going to be able to find one member in return, and that's not just one, that's two. Doxy also knocking down Razak.
All right, here we go. Great exchange so far. Sem9. Oh, they need to be careful, though. Okay, they're challenging up Talent Esports. But then again, right behind them are the boys of E-Arena. So E-Arena could probably do a backstab up against the team. But let's see first what Nongshim Redforce is going to do in this situation. Going up against VOIN Donkey. We got XZY cooking up an 8 here, but completely missed a good 4. Now he's pretty exposed himself, but did a massive spray. Good 4 taking in a lot of damage, but that was such a missed opportunity for XZY to take him out. It's a good thing that TZ was able to follow through. So in this process, they also lost Doxy, but I guess it's still a solid performance since they were able to bag 4 elimination points for themselves.
Yeah, it was great positioning. They managed to seek out one after another in Nongshim Redforce right now. Once again, looking for that pole position, while the rest of Sem9 dropping nades. Yours going to be pushing upwards to try to trade back. Very risky moves, and yet look at the rest of them. Talent's got to also worry about the rest of the teams that are over on to meet us, and you're getting tagged from a distance as well. Satar now going for the exchange as he managed to suppress a member out of Alpha7.
All right, UI getting inside the building and was able to take a score right off the bat. Shields is doing the same thing with the DB as a UI. Man, confirmation coming through already out of the game here, but Fire was able to do a counter. Rebiosa blooding out there in the open. You got Shields and a Chul, a tandem. Talent Esports, well, still trying to get, find their way inside this building. Yumiko right now defending together with the rest of the boys of Sem9, and what a shot, though. Sem9 continues to dominate, but there might be another challenger over here.
And it's kind of crazy. The work rate of Mambarang today is impeccable. I mean, this guy is closing into the age of 30 as compared to the rest of these players. And this guy who's retired is really showing up. It's crazy. I mean, people like Mambarang and myself, they call us dinosaurs already,
What?
And like Mambarang keeps really getting more and more of these numbers back. Sleepy right now going for an attack, going for another purple team, and that's YG over the hillside.
Okay, here we go. DPLUS Kia taking in a lot of damage coming from the side of Vikings. Break is not letting go of the situation. I mean, he does have that opportunity. He does have that advantage up against DPLUS Kia because Fabian and also both out of the game. But it's the dynamic duo Nobu and Chips playing for DPLUS Kia at the moment. Here comes Wunti again with the explosive bow. Okay. Maybe he was able to give up a little damage, but considering the distance, I don't think he will be able to just lay that into an elimination point. But as for DX2504, man, already out of the game here. D-Savior dominating as well. HORAA Esports taking care of business here up against Yangon Galacticos. Men, players, teams going berserk at the moment.
Yeah, they're just really finding a little bit of a tough time, scrambling for no space up the hillside. And you've got TZ right now making life a little bit more difficult. You can see that the rest of HORAA Esports cannot afford to go in for the repeat. And Team goes to number 4. He goes down. Oh, this is going to be pretty tough for the rest of the Savior. Walter K is making it heal. Not really finding it just yet, but it is just sufficient to take out both Lapart and Genfos.
Alright, Arena, let's see your move so far. Although 456 is already out of the game here, but 3 is still a solid number over here, and they could still probably take care of business. Tourniquet, what a move, what a shot! Arena still dominating with 6 points in the bag now. 11 teams remaining for stage 4, ladies and gents. GLU Squad has already been executed.
Yeah, Levi's might even be the next one on the chopping block, as you are looking at 4 eliminations for the Savior, but he's trying to track Tourniquet while he makes a run for it. He's so close. He finds that restock. Now he's got the 5 vs 8 kids to actually supplement him on his journey in. BTR right now smack dab in the center, but they're in a small little dip at the moment, so we'll have to see if there's going to be any pressure coming from HORAA, Vampires, and the rest of the field. MVKE over the south side. Still finding a little bit more of that space, while Sleepy has been locking the position away from YG for so long. They're not going to be moving anywhere further from that point of time, so we'll have to see. Brand new update. Levi's now desperate to make a run into the zone. He's going to be in between sandwich. Either he's got to choose Arena or Vikings.
This is gonna be insane, I'm telling you. HORAA Esports and his Redforce Vampire all in just one spot. Again, it's going to be the battle of the high grounds over here when it comes to Miramar. Again, Doxy already out of the game here, so it's going to be interesting how Nongshim Redforce is going to play this one out. Benny currently on prone. Now, I'm not even sure if HORAA Esports is aware of like where exactly the players of Nongshim Redforce are, and even with Vampire Esports. So I feel like all those 3 teams that I just mentioned are probably still playing for that information gameplay. You need to be accurate, right, as to where to point the gun. So that could also be detrimental.
True enough, and speaking of detriment right now, Benny is about to be a nuisance towards these members of HORAA Esports. Now, a lot of all these exchanges and the back and forths continue. Jiggle, the first casualty of the scuffle, and it's going to be Benny once again getting his turn, and now we see Nongshim Redforce dominating with the 5 points, matching up to speed to HORAA.
Levi's, well, he is taken out by the Blue Reaper instead, so that's a point denied for the rest of the teams here. We're looking at Nongshim Redforce still, because this is going to be a massive 3-way battle, but I feel like Firin is monitoring the situation, probably gauging the situation, whether or not they're going to join into the mix as well. But so far, you know, the rest of Sem9 is not coming into play just yet. Anzen got knocked down, however, by TZ. XZY is recuperating. Say Cloud shuts down Sky. We got Teens putting down Joker coming from Arena. Man, that was like a long shot.
Yeah, look at him back and forth right now. It is so little health left on Mela. He did actually get knocked by Dizzy towards the tail end, and now sending those nades downwards. That part Esports, can they find just about enough cover? And oh, Kobe! It's XZ landing it onto Onsens, and he quickly gets depleted with the second follow-up nade as well.
Okay, and as Redforce seems to be doing all the right things at the moment, but let's see if they can actually follow through. And as for Sleepy, okay, they are taking some points as well. 1T again shutting down Tourniquet, and this is the exchange that we don't want to miss. We got Beanie right now about to cook up a nade here, potentially shutting down Sleepy and No Fear with this kind of distance. Okay, I think No Fear was able to get a whiff of just that. He was able to get a little bit of pain, you know, coming from NS Redforce, but Sleepy's been cooking a nade for himself. He throws it up against Beanie, but completely missed his target.
Rather unfortunate if you ask me. BTR so far playing for defense. I believe they are in the only compound that's possible. And right now, this could be their chicken dinner if they play their cards right. Look at the rest of those who are over on the eastern side. They need to now make a dash forward. And there's MVKE at least by the very edge of it. So this could very well be a very scary outcome on how this one plays out. BTR could also be charging from multiple directions while HORAA Esports landed attacks across. Sleepy, he's barely having any cover, and the rest of Nongshim Redforce is rushing upon him. Can he no! Attack's not quite enough, and now with a jump shot, we'll be able to secure it. And Nongshim is dominating.
Palms are sweaty. Nongshim Redforce made a phenomenal move up against HORAA, hence dominating the fight. But XZY still currently knocked down on the ground, and Vampire Esports versus Yangon Galacticos could capitalize on this one. But it's a good thing that Redforce now back on their three-man squad. I think they can already go and have an exchange again, you know, for the remaining teams here. Speaking of remaining teams, we only have 7 right now for Sage number 6, and nobody wants to give up their spot, I guess. I mean, as long as you have that high ground, I think it will be easier for you to assume a lot of points, and that is exactly why Redforce and even Yangon Galacticos and even Vintoris, the last remaining player for Vampire Esports, is not moving or not budging at all.
Tough ball right now to make for a majority of all these players in the field, and we're looking at pretty much a spot where Vikings can actually spot out the rest of FaZe Clan, trying to make their way across Mamba. The sprint Sam and that vehicle flip, and that caused a little bit of a stir, but Sam9 have been able to find a little bit of wiggle room. And even so, Woody's still on that bow. He's still got like, what, 12 more arrows to shoot at them. Damage now being done over on the side of Yumiko, and the scary part about all these crossbows is that it's so hard to track, where it barely makes any form of noise, which is why it's seemingly efficient for these shots to be shot pretty much safely in that sense. So want to see what more can they do, and it's going to be Nongshim once again on the rampage, closing it up against Yangon Galacticos.
Vikings seems to be playing Hunger Games. It's so in the mood to use that explosive bow, but then again, perhaps he is training himself, you know, just so that he could be accurate and also, like, master that explosive bow. But anyway, it's a master class still coming from the side of Nongshim Redforce. But what a retaliation though coming from Yangon Galacticos, shutting down Redforce, and now Master Smile. There's a big chip on his shoulders because he still needs to take care of XZY, the last surviving member. But that was such a clutch, no doubt. You know, he was able to put down Beanie and TZ all at the same time.
Yeah, and now down to a few teams. Only one member of YG remaining, and that's going to be Smile. The champions of the PMCL will be a little worse for wear. You can say the same about Nongshim as well as VPE. So 3 solo targets up top. Dem9 haven't actually made their way across as well. MVKE, Lee sending T's and Tins over eventually. But I'm just surprised that none of these teams are kind of interested in taking the compound that was being held by those members of BTR for so long. And they're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. And now, BTR is just going to be sitting still until something happens, while Sem9 find himself at 5 points. Top 5 scenario, and we got that dramatic music, and even more dramatic for Master Smile. Where does he go from here on?
5 teams remaining, ladies and gents, for stage number 7. And yeah, BTR, they have the numbers over here, so perhaps, you know, this is the BTR that we know. They have been quiet during the first few rounds, but let's see if they can actually take this one home. 3 points in the bag currently for the Bigetron By VITALITY. And again, we don't even know, like, if Federalis is actually playing, but then again, they're still doing a phenomenal job here. And now they're about to go up against the boys of Sem9. Okay, so there's a little bit of pressure for Sem9 because they need to step into the zone. And for sure, BTR is going to make it challenging for them. They're gonna make it difficult, that is for sure. So let's see if Sen9 will succeed or will they struggle.
Finding a lot of rhythm and now makes it into the top 3. Vikings also on the rampage, 10 points. This is what I've expected out of MVKE when they were playing from the south side, where all the other teams were definitely having some clear signs of struggle overall. And it seems like DTR, they've been so ready and they've been turtling for most part. Now comes the notion of Sen9. How exactly do they infiltrate? Perhaps they're just gonna wait and see whether if maybe Vikings can chime in, but it's gonna be Manparang that actually finds the rest of MVKE over the south side, and Yumiko already getting shot. Mika has to be super careful of that position. They're watching them like a hawk as well. BTR, they're knowing for the fact that these teams have force hands that they need to play out, and they're not gonna be revealing their cards until these teams do.
This is still gonna get tough, you know, for the side of BTR, even if they are like the team who has the best chance to score the chicken over here. But like the moment the circle really shrinks, they will have to eventually leave that compound. And Viking Esports, while BTR is dealing business with Sem9, they're already getting into position over here. Just really anticipating, you know, what will happen next from the side of BTR. Here comes Bumblebee with an angry spray, shutting down Firin. Okay, Sem9 trying to still do an effective counter over here, but it is, again, a little tough on their side. Now, here comes Satar back on the screen here. Manparang goes down. And yeah, BTR just dominated that clash, and now it's time for them to deal business, this time with Vikings.
Yeah, it's gonna be Ken right now, moving across just to get some of all these vision over onto members of MVKE. He spots 2, so this is gonna be absolutely huge for Mr. Coach Kent. So we get the rest. Vikings now wrapping around. Pins. We're on the outskirts. As much as they spot all these movements, they could not really participate for the moment. And that is always going to be a little bit of a tough call to make for the moment.
Yeah. So let's check it. Okay, this is going to be a 4v3 situation. Again, BTR, they have a compound over here, but since we're already running out of space, the only thing I can say for the side of Vikings is that they hold a better vantage point. So here comes the attack from BTR. 2 of them already moved forward. There goes the clash. Bumblebee with effective shutdown was able to score that point, which is of course puts Vikings at a disadvantage. So let's see how Vikings gonna play this one out. Warranty still not holding, but here comes Kent. Already making a move. Oh no, I guess this is going to be BTR match.
BTR, they took their sweet time, and now it's their turn to shine. Look at how explosive that they are going, and
wow.
They will make damn sure they will get it in return. And this is finally a chicken dinner for Indonesia.
Finally. Okay, we waited for a long time, to be honest, you know, for BTR to show up, and now they finally did at match number 15 here, securing a chicken dinner. I don't exactly know what happened. I mean, given the situation, Vikings, even if they are at a deficit, they were holding on to like better vantage points, to be honest. So not exactly sure what went wrong, but perhaps, you know, one of them getting shut down, that paved the way for BTR to really dominate, I guess. You know, it's the nature of the competition. One team will only walk with their crowns, with a crown on their head. So I guess it was BTR at the end of the clash.
Yeah, and overall, it was just magnificently played out from what we saw throughout the fields. And BTR, they know that they got the prime spot from Power Grid to move into that location. It didn't really took too long, but they were pretty much very well disciplined in most part, and the way that they've been able to navigate and eventually took matters when it is the best time to do so is what really seals the deal for these members out there. So kudos to them. We want to see more of this iteration, and looking forward for more BTR wins, if there's going to be any, throughout today and tomorrow.
Hey, no Korean teams is having a chicken dinner just yet. And again, I'm so happy because, well, your favorite team's doing a little bit of a fan service to everyone. You know, we have been tagging them, you know, in the comment section. And now we're absolutely glad that they are performing for us for day number 3 of the grand finals over here. Now, we also have to give props to the other teams that did well, you know, for this round. That would be Viking Esports, of course, valiant effort, BTR, NS Redforce, and Sem9.
That's right, and look at Sem9 having a consistent record for today, especially for the past round. They even had a instance where they overwhelmed 4 tries, which was rather impressive. But what's impressive to me is this stats right here. Both teams, Bigetron Vitality as well as the MGN Vikings, have surpassed that 2K mark. More damage on the side of Vikings as they've been able to really rampage through all these teams over the south as well as anywhere close to the center. And then you have BTR. That final call, that push out was just simply lovely out of Bigetron members.
Yeah, that was a golden performance, I can say. Again, even if they didn't really have that much advantage up against the Vikings, because Vikings also were holding on to multiple angles, you know, so they could easily go for a pinch. The moment that 2 of the players from BTR actually moved forward with a vehicle, they could have made that vehicle explode. But anyway, of course, they only make it look easy, but it's actually not. So we have to like give the spotlight as well to teams, you know, for Vikings. He was able to put a 5 elimination points, hence getting the MVP title for this round.
That's right, Tins, the one that did the most damage to the round, 1,255. That's how crazy he went in this round. While TZ and Bin, we last saw both Nongshim members to be going up against teams like HORAA Esports and so many more out there in the field. I think that they've done just about enough. As much as you talk about them not having the chicken dinner, I think that they've definitely had certain impactful plays to still put themselves pretty much up ahead. And lo and behold, that's 15 points for Nongshim Redforce.
And check it out, Alpha7, DPLUS Kia, and even 4th Thrives Esports didn't make anything out of this round. So a little unusual, but then again, you know, we still got how many more games? Okay, 3 more games remaining, so they're still safe. They're still safe. Okay, so yeah, as for the other teams that did extremely well, we can give it to Nongshim Redforce and Sem9 ending the game with a double-digit score. So if they can just continue on playing at this kind of pace, even without securing the chicken, I think they're gonna be just fine.
Man, I love this old man on screen. Parang 300 over distance coverage is something so impressive, you know, at his age. And I mock him because, you know, we're both friends. Yeah, that's kind of how it rolls. So 19 headshots, absolutely impressive when it comes down to how the fights have went on. A lot of back and forth trading, and hence why, you know, around those valleys has been super difficult. And now back at it again for more. Nongshim Redforce is now 10 points shy from closing up against DPLUS Kia, as they've been able to knock A7 just slightly below. So other than that, MVKE is taking that 7th spot, and they move up 3, coming in from 10.
Yeah, 10 points. Okay, that's the total number of the gap DPLUS Kia has over to NS Redforce. And again, you know, even if NS Redforce wasn't able to get that chicken dinner, but with the number of elimination points they set every match, I mean, there's no doubt that they can really slowly climb their way up to the top. Now, the question is, what is DPLUS Kia gonna do in this situation? What are you gonna do, guys?
Well, I guess that they will have to answer that in a short moment, because we're going to have more games coming up next. But for now, we'll take a few minutes off, and we'll see you guys right after this.
Step into the ring.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11, and we're already halfway through the competition. And guys, you are giddy and excited about like which team is gonna go next at the top. But we are at the caster's desk. My name is Red Queen together with Contra. Are you guys ready for match number 16?
I'm absolutely stoked for this one as we're getting closer and closer to see what will be the benchmark points, because right now Nongshim Redforce is really surging forward, and where exactly is DPLUS Kia? They're not exactly part of this current equation for the past couple rounds, and I think that they need to do something about this from here on out. 4 Tribes also getting suppressed, as much as they have been really showing us a big performance back in the round of Erangel. Now that they're back, can they once again show us that they can do it?
Maybe. Oh, okay, I'm already thinking. We're done with 2 Miramars, okay? And Vikings definitely, no doubt, stepped up, you know, for the 2 rounds that we had in Miramar. Absolutely killing it. But I feel like, man, it's really hard because I'm looking at the list of the top performing teams, at least for Erangel. It's really hard. So Prod obviously now going for DPLUS Kia. And I think they have the right objective, given the fact that we are only talking about 10 points, you know, for DPLUS Kia. That's the gap right there up against Alpha7. But I feel
also
like
for DPLUS Kia. I'm putting it out there.
all right, so DPLUS Kia, absolutely fine. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna take my chance on Redforce this time.
Excuse me. Gotta clear it up before we actually go right through. So, okay, so we're still going through all the potential top 2 finishers. But if I were to look at the rest of the list as well, 4 Tribes have definitely shown that they understood the assignment the last time around. So the last couple of bouts that they had in Miramar was not great, but at least they could rely on the Erangel matches. So I would still expect 4 Tribes to be having significant impact in this round itself, whereas it's kind of like a catch-up game because DPLUS Kia, they are playing at a very slow tempo as compared to the rest of the field. So now that they know what exactly they must do, and with a lot more safer space to work with, now that it's pretty much the kind of terrains that kind of favors some of all these players out there, then this is definitely a better chance for DK in that sense.
Yeah, and again, you know, the vibe so far is really different, you know, from all of the previous matches that we've had so far. You know, the unpredictability is something that I can say I enjoy, because during the previous matches, it was all about really Redforce and DPLUS Kia going at it. You know, they try to one-up each other. We even came to a point where we talked about like, okay, Redforce doesn't like to have like DPLUS Kia have all the spotlight, and DPLUS Kia, the moment Redforce dominate, they will have to do something as well. So, you know, it's a great thing that we are seeing different set of teams right now really popping off. So hopefully it can still continue. But then again, we chose the Korean powerhouses so far just because we anticipate that, okay, since teams are already catching up, maybe they can do something here and make sure that they maintain their overall position.
Fair enough, and right now, another flight path to be secured into the island. So last we checked, there was like 4 teams that actually moved right in. Now, I think these numbers may not be as many as compared to what we saw, or I could be proven wrong and get once more. 4 Tribes is going to float directly into third pier, and I'm also surprised to also see so many of all the other names out there who's been loitering around the Asnara region right now on their parachute, so we might actually see that scramble for those vehicles. But it's good notion, right? Because that zone is going to be up there around the Asnara field, and we're already getting those gunshots into the corners of what seems to be Novo Noye, and it's once again Yangon Galacticos versus Team Secret.
All right, it's the Novo Showdown. Team Secret versus Yangon Galacticos. Master Smile already down on the floor. Trang right now, trying to find a very good spot over here. And yeah, he did manage to do a spray up against Cloud. Unfortunately, did not hit him just yet. So obviously, Team Secret does have that slight advantage up against Yangon Galacticos. Let's see if they can follow through with this kind of aggression this time down in Novo. But it's still a standoff, you know. Nobody's making a hard push just yet, but Master Smile is still bleeding out there in the open. It could be difficult for Yangon Galacticos to pick up their teammate.
Yeah, this a little bit of a tough stance right now where we're looking only at the Scorpion for Murnat. They do have the angles though, and look at the area that Cloud's holding. He spots out 2. He allowed them to get Master Smile, but there's no response coming from Cloud for some reason. I guess he does not really want to draw that attention until they actually get the rest of them shoving right through it. That's kind of like a wasted opportunity, and speaking of which, he still gets packed, but at least he brought down GK in the process. Frankie now looking to infiltrate. This could be the first one to do so. The Akimbos in hand. And it's Cloud once more. The onus is on him because he's the one with the right arsenal of weaponry. And here comes charging right through. Cloud does get the tag on the track.
Effective counter right now being displayed by Yangon Galacticos, but then again, we're down to their last member, Team Secret. Can they take this one home at the beginning of this stage? Cloud, oh man, what are you going to do in this situation? Let's see, he reloads his gun, still trying to find an angle over here. So Murnat Boy, or Romeo Boy rather, still alive. So this is a 2v2, I believe. So we can see that this is a cat and mouse chase so far between the two teams. Now Cloud making a move as well, trying to get close to the fire, but it's a little, I mean, he's a little hesitant, but Frankie moved in closer, effective shot. Oh man, Yangon Galacticos, this might be the end for them.
It might also be Team Secrets. I mean, take a look at this 1v1 duel right now. Better weaponry coming in from the side of Frankie.
Whoa!
But he doesn't really find the angles. He does actually pull off a crazy shot, but it's going to be Romeo Boy that has the last say, and he's going to be able to save Cloud. A beautiful ace, but it came with a heavy cost.
Yep. And from that clash, only goes to show that if a micro Uzi is used properly, well, it can still be a deadly weapon up against the shotgun. But anyway, okay, going back into the action, first team to be taken out, of course, that would be Team Secret with only 2 points in the bag there. But in the process, Yangon Galacticos suffered big damage as well for their team because, well, they're down to just 2 players, and we are just at stage 1. So then again, since they no longer have that firepower, they should be focusing on how to get more placement points here to help Yangon Galacticos still climb up ranks here in the leaderboard. And now we're looking at DPLUS Kia. They're already inside the zone. Not exactly sure where they are headed, but they could collide with Alpha7 and even HORAA Esports. Sem9 also is within proximity, and just as we said it, I mean, they're having an exchange so far between Alpha7 as well.
And I guess like for Sem9, they could actually hold on for quite some time around this mansion field. The last we checked, the zone was around Yasnaya all the way down to this mansion area. So Sem9 is definitely preparing for the late game instead. So at least knowing who your neighbors are is going to be vital, and there's no need for them to actually out-hustle some of all these players out of Alpha7, since they've got the other strong area to hold out. Well, Nongshim Redforce looking for a spot right between the Medusa intersection. So there's going to be a 2-2 split formation coming in from Nongshim. And this could very well be effective where they get that perfect 360 view around the field side where a lot of teams tend to actually cross. As much as it's rather early, take a look at how many teams are coming in from the far west. We got Arena, VOIN Esports, and even on the bridge, we're looking at a battle between VOIN Donkey, RRQ, the Indonesians taking each other out.
All right, VOIN Donkey making the way back to Main Peninsula, but Lapar is, and the rest of the crew actually is just making it hard for them. But let's see if they can maybe put down RQ this time and just turn the tables up against them. But Lapar, okay, took a slight damage from Potato, but yeah, I think he's still gonna be safe here. Oh man, just as he was cooking a nade, Genfoss took that opportunity to just jump on the ground and take him out, and Potato's already back to the lobby for him. Lapar did a massive spray up against Zeta, but completely missing him as well, but it's a different story though for Gakor, although it wasn't enough to take him out of the equation just yet.
Yeah, and that par holding firm. He finally gets a glimpse onto Gachor the moment he goes over onto those wheels. Razak right now stranded so far off. RQ looking to close off this fight. It's going to take a while before they can actually manage to spot the rest of these VB members. VOIN Donkey opts to fall back, but realistically, there's not much space for Razak to work with. Being spotted out, and attacks coming from Zeta actually catch him from the other off angle. My, that is pretty sick if you ask me on the kind of coverage that Zeta actually offers. But despite that, the trouble is far from over. Same goes to the side of Vampire Esports. These teams over and back, struggling for that space. And even worse for wear, Vampire Esports going up against 4 tribes, and it's IQ on the other side. He might be able to strike them apart. We'll have to see about that. And IQ, he's just looking for that space. Instead, Vampire is charging right through, looking for those angles, and IQ does it.
You have to ask for an invitation to come in if you are a vampire, and that's exactly what 4 Thrives made Vampires feel this time with that kind of clash. And now Vampire Esports is paying for their mistake. 4 Thrives, right now, strong force dealing with Vampire Esports. They continue to retaliate up against them, and Falak looking to obliterate. Let's see if they can hunt this last player down. Lots of exchange happening, but still not hitting the target. And now, nail in the coffin, 4 Thrives remains at the top.
It's just crazy, the work rate of 4 Tribes. And IQ outplaying that situation was just something out of RQ. They fought Razak for far too long, and the initial scores they finally do. 1 member, or should I say 2, at the cost of it. While we're on the open fields, E-Arena, HORAA Esports, fending each other off. HORAA Esports have loved playing inside of Yasnaya, and they welcome the rapid sophomore with a greeting of the shotgun shells right through the face. No fear shredding them apart, while he still has a few more buddies inside of the compounds, which he'll deal with a little bit later. 4-5-6 now with the nade toss, kind of lobs back at himself. So that is going to be a little bit of a quick reset coming from E-Arena, but they need to ensure that there is just about an ample space for them to work around with, because the entirety of HORAA Esports is going to swarm right through.
Yep, that was a great jump shot coming from HORAA Esports, shutting down Tourniquet like that. I mean, Tourniquet obviously didn't even have a chance to defend himself. But right now, No Fear's cooking up an AJ, trying to flash out Mormon, okay? But from behind, I think they're also getting tagged by another team here from Yasnaya. Sky currently knocked down on the ground, and okay, confirmation! Alpha7 is the team trying to do a backstab up against HORAA.
Ooh, this is gonna be a big, messy fight. But then again, I think that Alpha7 is just gonna be a landing tags coming in from those houses from that hillside over on the outskirts. So very likely to not, they're not gonna be really fully recommitting in that sense. E-Arena though, kind of jostled with a little bit of a split. Mormon, Joker holding their own. I mean, when you're in an urban setting, you could still find certain tight angles to try to clutch a moment. But the problem is the next zone gonna be inside of Yasnaya, and if that's the case, I don't see a way out for E-Arena.
Yeah. They will have to go through HORAA Esports, that is for sure. But given the situation right now, since the circle went to the east side, Those teams that are up north and even, teams that were coming from the west, I think that's where the party is going to start. That's going to turn into a complete bloodbath in just a while. DPLUS Kia, they're holding a great opportunity right here to gatekeep a BTR. They could probably assume a lot of points, given the advantage that they have over this situation. And as for Arena HORAA Esports, the battle hasn't started just yet, but whichever team is going to win that fight will have to deal with Alpha7 later on, since they are the ones that are at the edge of the circle. For Fourth Thrives, they are so close with Nongshim Redforce, so perhaps we will see them have an altercation as well, just to settle the conflict so far. BTR is gauging the situation. Okay, just checking. Okay, how they're gonna be approaching this one. We can already hear the vehicles. We got DPLUS Kia getting into position as well. Nobu just popping off those smokes, to try and conceal their exact location to make it even harder, for BTR to accomplish this fight.
Yeah, and it's so tricky right now. BTR has no other option but to really push forward. But they can afford to wait. There's like 1 minute and 30 seconds before the blue zone comes in. And the tendency of teams tanking the zone at stage 3 is still very likely. I can't really say the same about those who are in the outfield. Yangon Galacticos is currently one of the furthest teams away. Well, HORAA Esports still trying to trail onto the members of Arena. They somehow found 2 vehicles, and they managed to cut right through, but into the arms of Alpha7 they go.
Yeah.
Revo stopped them on their tracks.
I mean, obviously, they avoided, to have that conflict settled up against HORAA Esports, but then again, they went straight to Alpha7, so not looking too good, for Arena, because right behind, probably HORAA Esports will also try to finish up the job. But DPLUS Kia, right now, going up against BTR, just like how we called it, and an exchange already happening. Nobu seems to already have 1 point in the bag, so I do wonder if BTR's down to just 3 members. In the meantime, we're looking at Sleepy as well, shutting down Mormon from Arena. Obviously, Arena sandwiched in between Alpha7 and, of course, HORAA Esports, so I don't think they're also going to be surviving. But then again, Joker still tries to come out swinging. This time, he was able to do a counter up against Sleepy, shutting him down. So let's see what's gonna happen next.
Situation for Esports this time, getting a couple attacks coming from member Alpha7. He tries to go for a drop, but he goes rolling on his belly and instead gets dropped. Rebel so far. Impeccable finish. I mean, he took out that member of Arena and then got out for more up against HORAA. And it seems like this situation gets even more troublesome for the rest of the HORAA Esports members. YG, it's too tough for them to even cut right in. They got Vikings to deal with on the blue zone all the way down south, and they didn't make the cut. Vikings continue on the fight up against the rest of the members of BTR. 2 versus 3. 4 tries rocking around the corner as well. They can third party into this action. Won't break. Finds it all. That grenade seals the deal.
All right, here we go. I mean, BTR kind of obliterated Vikings, from the previous match, but Vikings obviously did not let that happen again. They were able to serve their vengeance, which is, of course, perfect for the Vikings, living up to their reputation. And now they will have to deal with 4 Thrives this time for this compound, I guess. But since, this is already out of the zone, they will have to settle the score as quick as they can. And now we got T24 trying to get close to Superman. We can see Superman throwing a lot of nades here. He was able to inflict, some sort of damage up against T24 with that gun, but there's another team who would love to join into the mix here. Great shot. Unfortunately, he completely missed Superman, and now Superman was able to retaliate up against Noki, immediately putting him on the ground.
Wow, just phenomenal. And right now, Vikings has been able to really rack up those points, and they go ultra aggressive with the 10 points secured. This is only stage 4. And now on across, it's going to be Nongshim Redforce and Vikings. They seize this opportunity on the weakened side for Tribes. And just like that, that's point number 11.
Perfectly done by Nongshim Redforce, obviously. Great third-party event right there. And now, they're definitely gonna make Vikings even struggle a bit more just because of this certain situation. Obviously, they just came out from a fight here. They weren't able to really lick their wounds just yet. But Doxy and the rest of the gang here applying a lot of pressure onto the side of Vikings. So let's see if they can step into the zone safely this time. But you know what? These saviors also capitalizing on this situation. I mean, they're also doing some third party. But in the meantime, we're also looking at the kill feed, and it looks like FaZe Clan is having an exchange with, was that DPLUS Kia too? Not exactly sure. Oh, FaZe Clan!
Yeah, FaZe Clan has gotten a couple of prisoners locked inside of their own compounds while they go on a dominating streak. Coast seems a little bit quieter now that plenty of all these players are gone, but still 11 teams remain. Superman being a savage, and just like that, that's point number 12. Vikings. I mean, out of many names out there that we always vote for, sometimes this team actually slides out of our list because they are always going so aggressive and could have actually costed them. But this time around, DPLUS Kia makes no mistakes. They are just trampling their nemesis. And as Redforce finding the end of the corner, and this is that golden opportunity to suppress NS from overtaking them.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Another civil war happening between these two Korean powerhouses. And just like that, ladies and gents, NS Redforce already out of the game. So it only means that DPLUS Kia is still in play over here. And a complete squad, by the way. Favian took a nade. Low in HP, but there's still time to heal himself up. But Yumeko, okay, continues to throw nades. But I'm not exactly sure if he knows that Favian was able to back away from that position. But I guess Yumiko will try to find another angle that could best work for Sim9, just so they could put down DPLUS Kia. Again, they have the advantage since they're the ones closer to the edge of the circle here. So they're the ones can really punish and unleash havoc onto the side of DPLUS Kia. But as for the Purple Hearts, man, they're already out of the game here. GLU Squad taking in some damage as well coming from Sim9. We got Yumiko dropping the buggy over here, trying to pull out his gun, shutting down Noel. So again, an effective kill for Sim9.
Yeah, I really like what Mika actually did for the entire team. He spot out the rest of these members of DPLUS Kia, goes in for the white wrap, and finds the rest of GLU Squad. Now, everyone added to the table as the rest of DPLUS Kia finds members of DX, and DX only good for 1 point this round, unfortunately, as teams scramble their way towards the hills of prison and into the prison as well. And for GLU Squad, they did manage to walk away with any points as they eventually got deterred by the authority of Sim9. Last we saw, at the very least, Town Esports bunch into position. I mean, when you're playing solo, it's kind of acceptable that you just want to seek refuge in the prison where you don't really expect too many teams to really commit into this vicinity.
And Talon down to their last member, and they only managed to actually get 1 point, from this round. So again, it's I don't think their position is going to improve in the leaderboard. But anyway, we did see a team that already managed to secure a double-digit finish. So that would be the boys of Vikings once again. So aggression is really at 100% for Vikings. But of course, it's not how you start, it's how you finish it. They might have started strong, but we do still have 7 teams remaining, for stage number 5. And what is happening right now is some sort of standoff. Talon Reboisa again is down there, but he's left to deal with business here, and he is surrounded by Vikings, surrounded by RQ, Arena, and even FaZe Clan. But DPLUS Kia right now, they know exactly what is happening from down below, but they're not going to join the engagement just yet. And FaZe, they do have the opportunity to shut down DPLUS Kia just in case they come close to prison.
Yeah, and just a little bit of standstill for the moment. DPLUS Kia will be pretty happy with the update that it allows them to either take sides on either the hills or even the open grounds to eventually challenge the members of Sem9 in particular. Whereas MVKE, I want to see what more can they actually do from their current position, because now they kind of need to run in a little deeper. So that dive bomb into the rest of the prisoners in their respective cells could actually be a possibility. And look at it, 13 points for MVKE, still having 2 more members, and these 2 members will never say no to a fight. So I'm thinking that I think they could at least go for maybe point number 14.
Well, DPLUS Key is taking their time. Again, they have that complete squad advantage, I guess. FaZe Clan also holds a complete squad here. Same thing goes for Sem9. So the teams that are a little bit on the dangerous side would be Vikings, Talon, and even RQ. Or we're looking at RQ. We got Swavel. Okay, just right behind this crates inside this warehouse. Pretty sure everyone can already hear the footsteps, but I don't see anyone going for the hard push. But Red Bull has a different idea in mind, shutting down a player from far, Farron from Sem9.
Yeah, and right now, the rest of Sem9, they don't really have much of a cover as compared to FaZe Clan, so not exactly the best possible situation, but they do have maybe just a foot kill for a little bit of crease to cover themselves for a moment. And 2 other members of Sem9, they're looking to at least find a gap, whatever it may be. FaZe Clan right now getting rushed upon from the back, as there is a couple of all these players storming across and also dealing with Sem9 at the very same time. Mika drives around, kind of cause a little stir. Mampa on the ground. Same could be said about Red Bull. So this is a very even fight. FaZe Clan and Sem9.
DPLUS Kia seems to be letting everyone to take care of the mayhem for now, obviously, they're the ones really staying out of conflict, for now. They're sticking to the edge of the zone. We're looking at FaZe, and they're throwing a lot of nades up against Sem9 over here, but it's an overshot, from FaZe, and I guess 779, 771 is going off angle over here just to make sure they buy enough time, for FaZe to reset. And as for RQ and Talon, man, they're not moving a muscle. They're not making their presence felt just yet. I mean, understandably so, because again, they no longer have that firepower, but maybe they can still pull off a chicken dinner over here. Sem9, Firen got back on his feet and now has to deal with the boys of DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, they're just charging up, and they're all bunched together, making their job so much easier. One tag is all it takes to eventually take down Captain Montbara. You may say it's ex-captain, only the analyst playing for the team, and now the last hope for Sem9. As much as he's in the center of the zone, he is not going to be left off the hook. FaZe Clan up top of the hill. Are they going to take on DPLUS Kia? Yes, is the answer. And they're also on the hunt for Montbara at the very same time. Joker, look at him go. Irina, how are they surviving? He finally squeezed into the zone, and now DPLUS Kia on that reset. FaZe Clan, king of the hills.
Yep, and the position so far is pretty much just like Obi-Wan Kenobi versus Anakin. I mean, obviously FaZe have the high ground advantage, but let's see if DPLUS Kid is going for the push here, or is FaZe Clan really gonna dominate. And just like how we called it, Obi-Wan Kenobi, aka FaZe Clan, was able to win the fight given their position.
And I guess that there's nobody being dumped into volcanoes in that sense. RQ still having Swavel, one of the longest player that has played in the service of RQ back in 2018 till now, and we'll have to see if he will be able to put on a clutch performance. The last time out of me seeing Swavel and Montbarang in the lobby was 2020 perhaps, and yet again, these guys are still rocking it here in 2024. And FaZe Clan, all they really have to do realistically is just to wait. Joker hasn't been spotted out just yet. So whoever gets picked off here is going to be scratching their heads. I mean, it's still 6 teams somehow, because RQ is still around, MVKE, Talon, they have a couple of all these straggling units, and I think that MVKE wants to settle this at the very least. So
Now on the approach, Tin snap push up to Suvel, making it easy with the S12K. And there's a sticky grenade that went off, so they know that the Boyaza is also around the corner.
You know, I feel like there's really no pressure for FaZe Clan to actually step into the fight over here since, again, they have all the advantages working out for them. They could even just let Vikings take this point, you know, from Talon Esports, and it's not really going to make, like, a full impact onto FaZe. I mean, they're a complete squad here, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, all they need to do is just really play out their cards right, and they could probably secure the chicken dinner here. And I did say this yesterday that, you know, when it comes to FaZe Clan, they are the silent confidence team, you know? Like, okay, DPLUS and its Redforce is kind of loud, but FaZe Clan slowly climbing up is something else.
Yeah, we love to see it. So far, they have loved all these breakout performances out of nowhere. Kind of wish we get to see a lot more of such a FaZe Clan, which kind of gives us a throwback of, you know, so many past iterations for Tony K or so. Joker now getting shredded with the M4 in the hands of Dewey. And FaZe Clan, we talk about this team who was named Asia Esports in the past, who's played even back in the PMCL. So these guys definitely have gotten so much of a wealth of experience of technically international play. All across Southeast Asia, they've been able to really show their dominance, and now about to make it for the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, it's all SEA teams right now in the top 5.
Oh, Joker. Doesn't really have that much space to begin with, so honestly, the moment that he, yeah, there you go. I mean, he's still on prone! And I thought, you know, the moment that he peaks, I guess that would be the opportunity for other teams to shut him down, but that didn't even happen, you know. So we're looking at the final 4 teams remaining. Again, we still got Vikings over here with 2 of their members. Rebuyaza still alive and kicking, which is super amazing, by the way. But obviously, FaZe is going for the map control. They're dictating the tempo of the match here, and it could probably, potentially, get the chicken dinner. Dewey throwing a nade, trying to flush out those players inside this warehouse, and just look at that. 5 elimination points for Red Bull.
And it's just bombardments after bombardments, and FaZe Clan finally joins in the party as they want to leave none standing, and Bumbarang have been able to squeeze into a top 2 finish. There could only one place left to check, and FaZe Clan has done it.
Oh man, okay. We are not getting anything right now for predictions, but then again, you know, like FaZe also scored a chicken dinner yesterday, so they are maintaining the energy, they are maintaining their strategy as well, and so far whatever formula they're doing right now is definitely working out for them. But I do wonder, why is there, I mean, like, why is there that player, it looks to me like the head was just like put on to that buddy.
We do not talk about that. It's just you know, Photoshop hacks in that sense. But overall, you know, we don't mind seeing more and more of all these new faces on top, as FaZe Clan has been able to secure themselves a great finish by the end of this Erangel matchup, and that leaves only 2 more matches for the teams to set the benchmark for the Smash rules to be implemented for tomorrow. And look at Red Bull, 1075 damage, really pulling off a heist through the prison.
Man, I'm bothered by 779-771's head, honestly. I mean, it's slightly bigger than his body. But anyway, okay. I mean, the good news, you know, for the fans of FaZe Clan is that they were able to phase up, you know, for this round, hence getting the winner chicken dinner and even getting a lot of elimination points. So I guess, you know, they really was able to utilize every advantages, you know, during this match. They controlled the tempo of the match, and they just really waited out, you know, for everyone to inflict damage onto one another. And the moment that everyone became vulnerable, also because of the zone, well, that was the time that FaZe Clan actually stepped in. So again, timing is always key.
It definitely is. And overall, speaking about timing as well, I think MG and Vikings so far has gotten impeccable timings for most part. DPLUS Kia finally found themselves a better rhythm to be moving forward again. And also, while they were in this mix of a battle, they've been able to find Nongshim Redforce and take them down. So they can just guarantee that they're still number one by the end of this matchup. So 7-9, look at them being so consistent. Another top 4 finish. I think it's been 3 times today at the very least throughout these matches, and I believe this will be able to eventually shoot them all the way up to perhaps a top 10 finish.
Yeah, and I can probably say that Vikings has been consistent, from the get-go. They have been aggressive since game number 1 here, and I feel like they're getting close to really getting that chicken dinner. But yeah, we're looking at the stats, and the only difference I can see right here, aside from the assist, would be the damage output, and again, that is slightly towards Dewey this time. But the MVP, it goes to Red Bull, 7 elimination points, 1075 damage output, and this guy had been doing a lot, for FaZe. So consistency is also coming off, from Red Bull.
That's right. And overall, this player has definitely impressed even back in the Thai circuit. On top of that, back in PMCL, Red Bull is just like Federal, is having those kind of crazy pop-off performances at the very same time. So it's great to see that he's back at it together, working in tandem with Dewey. So I'm also happy to also see Dewey to be part of this list, because I've talked about this, a couple moments before that. Dewey, first 2 matches, 0 points. First one to also be eliminated for most of these skirmishes, and this time he is showing up together alongside with 2 members out of MVKE. So that totals up to 24 points for FaZe Clan and a massive 19-quarter run for MG and Vikings.
Oh man, this is juicy. We only have 2 teams that actually scored the double-digit finish. And Vikings, again, just like what we said, they're pretty consistent, for day number 3. So I do wonder if this is going to be the pace now for Vikings, if they can actually sustain this. It could be exhausting, but then again, these are like seasoned players of PUBG. Now, Bigetron, after a massive performance in the previous round, also did not get anything, and Vampire Esports at the bottom of the barrel here, at least for this round. But then again, nothing. It's not too late just yet for them to do a comeback. 391 longest elimination distance by D-Savior 2504, and then for the throwables used in the match, again slightly lower. It's a total of 185.
And look at the rest of the rankings. FaZe Clan now pushes all the way up into that number 2 spot, and this is why we've talked about the margins being so tiny, and with such a huge chicken dinner, they've been able to really climb all the way up, and it doesn't help Nongshim's as well as A7's situation where they got taken out rather early with only 3 points. MVKE is now currently number 5 without chicken dinners, and look at the top 7. Everybody had a chicken dinner except for them.
Yeah, no chicken dinner, no problem. And you know what? FaZe was able to reclaim their second finish position, already at 152. So, we're talking about 4 more points before they could reach DPLUS Kia. So, they're really closing in the gap here. And for the second page, it's only Sem9 that did a good job so far, climbing up 1 rank for the team. But as for GLU, RQ, VOIN Donkey, and even Talon Esports, all of these Indonesian teams are the bottom 4, for the day number 3 of this grand finals.
That's right, and I guess they're definitely focusing on to other plans as well. So we'll leave them to it if that's going to be the case. So let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll offer you the final 2 matches.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on.
Wow, what a round it was for FaZe Clan to be able to push all the way into the top 3 position with a fantastic chicken dinner. Great Queen, there's only 2 more matches for tonight, and you know, we're getting closer to see what will be the benchmark score for the teams to play out tomorrow.
You know what? I'm seeing a lot of course, Pi celebrating down there in the comment section because they're saying, okay, MVKE is stepping up today. You know, they're pretty consistent, and I guess, you know, the fans are happy because Vikings obviously is repping up Vineland right now, day number 3 of the grand finals. So,
I mean, FaZe Clan.
to give you, FaZe Clan, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, FaZe Clan. Top Erangel performance, however, we also have to give it to NS Redforce. We got 4 Thrives as well, and a DPLUS Kia. But so far, we are not really seeing the prowess that we gotten so used to coming from DPLUS Kia and NS Redforce. 4 Thrives as well. We see them really get, you know, like really go for the massive elimination points, but can't secure that chicken dinner just yet. So I do wonder, like, okay, how are we gonna do this?
Well, maybe just give them a chicken dinner this round. So I'm going for that vote then, MVKE. I mean, look at the way that they've been explosive. No chicken dinners, no problem. But if they do, it's gonna be massive. I mean, they're already top 5,
No doubt,
because of their explosiveness. So I think that it's about damn time.
Yeah, Vikings, definitely. I'm pretty sure by now they've already gotten the rhythm because we're down to our final 2 matches. So I'm waiting. Like, Prod, where are you going for this round? E-Arena. Ooh. Man, okay.
Interesting take.
Okay, here we go. For me, I think I would go with Oh man, this is really making my head ache. Is this last Erangel? Last Erangel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with VOIN Donkey.
Huh. VOIN Donkey. Well, that's pretty interesting if you ask me. VOIN Donkey, I feel like if they were to be playing in their serious mode, they definitely look at like the best tactical team out there that has consistently secured top 4s. But I just feel like, you know, over the course of the entire season so far, they've been a little off. But hey, I'm not scrutinizing your option. I'm just thinking that it would be really interesting if they win.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still waiting for them to show us what they got. Currently, they're one of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. But we've always known this, guys. You know, when they are on a serious mode, they could really, you know, like, easily win this. But you know, nothing is really working out in terms of, like, for me, getting my predictions right, number 1. I mean, those big names that I expect to dominate is not really performing at the moment, at least for this day, I guess. So perhaps, you know, this can give a chance for those teams that are, I guess, still trying to catch up, or like maybe want to have some sort of improvement in their position. So yeah, I'm giving a chance, you know, for VOIN Donkeys, and I'm pretty sure the fans would want to see a great performance as well coming from them. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, and yeah, that's pretty much fair enough. Because when we take a look at all these teams who's been, you know, working their hardest, trying almost all sorts of things to get big results, I think, like, with just about an effort, they will be able to make it right true. And right now, preparing for the penultimate round for tonight, ladies and gents, this is going to be our final matchup in Erangel. Get set and ready as we take a flight right into the fields.
Whew, okay, here we go. Final Erangel this evening, ladies and gents. So let's get ready again for another epic showdown that it's about to commence out of this 8 teams that we have in the lobby. So we're checking to see if this is going to be just as brutal during the previous 2 Erangels that we just had? Are we going to see some alterations? Are we going to see some mix and match in terms of their drop spots? So all of these questions will be answered in just a while.
That's right. This time, it seems to be a lot more fair for all our participants out there. Starting things off from the corners of Primas into the Paka actually gives everybody a fighting chance to claim whatever territory, except for Zarky. Well, who cares about Zarky anyways, right? Well, of course, that's just a little bit of a joke. Well, we are seeing the arena to finally get their access into areas like hospital grounds as well as Jericho, where they usually would be diving into. Even if they wanted to stop by around Gatka, it's going to be possible, but now with the presence of MVKE, that's a little harder to do. VPE goes back to the default spot into Primas. Well, looking for what really went on for the past couple of Erangel matches is that a lot of teams were banking on hopes that there will be an island ending, and now it's only going to be Team Secret and Talon left. YG, they tried to fight up against Secret, and they did manage to win, but definitely at a cost. And YG this time goes planting themselves into ruins and will be directly in the center of the zone.
Oh man, this is going to be a road rage situation, but then again, Achul failed to do a hit and run, and yeah, I mean the opposing team there might be able to pick up a weapon, so it could be dangerous for him if he continue on doing just that. But hey, I mean, everyone seems to have found a spot for themselves. You know, I'm looking to see like if there will be teams that will have a drop clash, but just checking out their position, I believe Team Secret still dropped around the south part area of the map here together with Talon, and now Talon right now doing a massive spray up against Trang over here. Rebelioza right now trying to go for that pick and shoot, was able to inflict damage, but still not enough to put Trang down at any point. So Trang backing away, trying to pick himself up, you know, trying to put bandages all over the wounds here, but Rebelioza already getting ready to slip inside. So let's see if they can actually get this thing done.
Oh, big nays now pop right in, but not enough to switch back into the SMG. Trang goes out, and Talon gets a massive first blood.
I love the fact that, you know, with all of the fighting that has been happening, Talon Esports right now is just having a grand time, you know, with their bicycle, just trying to of course, appreciate the digital nature that Erangel can offer. But okay, Team Secret getting creative at the moment. We've got Frankie on top of the car over here, and also having a great time as well.
Yeah, and we just absolutely love to see it. Now, Team Secret currently placed into the 8th position. We'll have to chase up against E Arena, and they're just about, you know, a couple of frags away from doing so. Not too concerned about how they're doing so far. Team Secret's doing really, really good. Alpha7, I want to see more major impact coming out of this team when they do play in Erangel. I think like the last big one that we saw was the chicken dinner from Alpha7 back in Miramar. And overall, that kind of crazy decision makings that they pull off is what makes them so scary compared to so many other teams out there.
Okay, so at this point, I feel like nobody wants to make any rush decisions. We are at day 3, so it only goes to show that nobody wants to do any reckless things, you know, now that we are about to wrap things up for season 11. Okay, everyone's just really making sure that they maintain their overall position. And so far, we're looking at DPLUS Kia currently at the top here, but that could change, you know, for this round. If Alpha7 dominates, and if they can actually bag a double-digit finish here, or maybe just secure a chicken dinner, I think they could probably dethrone DPLUS Kia for this round. But not if, of course, DPLUS Kia shows us the DPLUS Kia that we've seen so far during the playoffs and the first few days of the grand finals.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the thing that I talked to Sir Cloud about. Like, can DPLUS Kia maintain that crazy rhythm that they had back in the playoffs, where easily every other day they score a chicken dinner? Today is one of the anomalies where they're not exactly hitting that kind of benchmark that they had back in their playoffs, and that just goes to show that one full long week of PUBG Mobile is absolutely exhausting, even for some of the best in the world. And imagine training 6 hours a day or even more. So that being said, as much as it's muscle memory, some of these guys out there are still holding up just fine. Looking at the current scenario, we have BTR versus YG. YG now holding in onto Bumblebee with a jump shot, almost landing the blow, but not quite enough just yet. Off the wall, Master Smile will be able to secure it, but here it goes. A swing coming from the back as well, which he is trying to manhandle, and that's where Razy comes in. And somehow, Razy will be able to still hang. Two members of BTR are still fending him off, and this is a tight battle. Razy popping off. He's finding two and looking for more. Now Bond, a young chap joining in the party of BTR, will be able to at least do some damage, but not quite enough to deter YG from pulling the full 4-pointer.
Great show coming from Master Smile, however, cannot really take that as a win since, 3 of his teammates had already been taken out of the equation. But we're looking at a clash between Vikings and D-Savior. Now, this is some sort of a civil war happening between these two teams, but then again, Levi's had already put down one from Vikings, so they have the upper hand advantage, from that clash. Now, Yangon Galacticos dealing with VOIN Donkey at the moment. Razak with a jump shot, he immediately puts down his enemy and was able to bag the points. And now they are taking control of this very compound. And I think maybe they could rest for a while and check if there will be other teams that will be headed towards that same direction. But as for D-Savior, they're really going to get challenged this time. Who's going to be the king of the mountain?
Well, that's definitely... And we're looking for those same answers as well. For Tribes is the one that says, we want to be the kings in that sense. And seemingly, they've been able to at least flush DX onto the alternate location, but those nades falling very closely to IQ. Managing to dodge it. The Savior hoping to at least hold the line down. And it is looking very, very tense between some of all these parties. And this is where we have to see if they will be able to connect a perfect one, and that lands directly onto that member of D-Savior. Look at this current zone. It's going to be split between the rivers and further into Rozak, which of course involves the river in that sense. Nongshim Redforce, they waste no time. They're looking for that water town between, and we're already looking at Fallout getting naded out by Mela because there is a new challenger to contend for the title of Who's the King of the Hills.
This is not looking too good for the side of Fourth Thrives. Yes, they were having a back-and-forth situation up against D-Savior, but right now they are in between Vampire Esports and D-Savior, and they are receiving the brunt of all of those damages so far. Fourth Thrives right now, T24 healing himself up, 2504 receiving some damage as well. Now we got Lamborghini back on the screen here, still trying to put down a couple players from Vampire Esports and Fourth Thrives, but T24, oh, he won't be as useful so far, and now Noki tries to step inside, unfortunately was already too late. Now D-Savior winning the fight, yes, bagging 5 elimination points, but they're not out of the woods just yet, because then now we have to deal with Vampire Esports.
Yeah, Vampire Esports so far choosing the right moment to strike has been able to wither down those members of Four Tribes, and now D-Savior have finally gotten to the reset that they needed, but they kind of lost one member in the process. Vampire Esports, they don't really have to fully commit to this. Last we saw, that shift actually sees plenty of all these teams to be somewhere in Rozak and the whereabouts of school. But Most of these teams, I mean, they like to treat it like a scrim. They will try to, limit test how well can they actually cope in these kind of situations, especially when you're facing up against champions of Vietnam, the savior. So we'll have to see how it all concludes. While Talon spots out the rest of Nongshim just by the corners of ruins. And they've been here for just about a while. Take a look. There's also Break in between. He's just making sure that he stays absolutely quiet so that they did not get chipped by those players hailing from Indonesia. Talon, that's so close on their side.
Yeah, Break couldn't catch a break over here. I mean,
Literally.
obviously, I believe he's the last, surviving member as well, coming from Vikings. I'm trying to look for the other members, but Talon. Okay, I think they changed their mind. I think they're gonna back away from this fight, and now we're looking at Alpha7 with 2 points now in their pocket. We can see Rebel popping up some smoke over here so that he could safely loot this car cast. As for the map feed, okay, we're looking at the teams already trying to flock right down there in the middle, but since the circle shifted once again, and this is going to be tough since we do have that river over to the north side. So, yeah, I mean, which side are you going to take in this situation?
I think the safer spot to take is where 7-9 is currently at, by the corners of the water town. Dead center, and majority of that space is still land over on the south side. So we would assume that more of the teams that are already on the south, they won't be journeying their way up north. Whereas we're looking back at the side of Vampire Esports. This time joining the party. Talon was here earlier. They did manage to find Break. Break is still somehow in the mix, and this time around, it's going to be, easy catch coming in from 7-9 to take on those members of E Arena. And Nongshim Redforce also being absolutely quiet. But I believe that they heard those gunshots. Vampire Esports was over on the top side of the hill. They've also checked these quarters and now tries to perhaps find a way to reposition. So long as Nongshim is there, they cannot afford to even drive further down, which is why Vampire Esports is just making sure that they catch some of these guys before making a move.
Okay, here we go. TZ is just waiting for that right opportunity to shut down any player from Vampire Esports. Of course, if you do have that element of surprise, then you can definitely catch someone off guard. And now we got Ventorius over here trying to check out the situation, but still couldn't pinpoint, perhaps, like where exactly the enemies are. I mean, there's a little hesitation, coming from the side of Vampire Esports. And now we're looking at D-Saver. Again, they already have a total of 5 points. But again, a team actually playing with a consistent pace is still pretty questionable, even at this point. But anyway, we're looking at E Arena going up against M9 at the moment. And in an exchange, definitely still ongoing. U-High receiving some damage. But as for the side of E Arena, Joker and 456 already out of the game. So it could be a little difficult for E Arena to even get through.
Sure enough, and 7-9, they had the best possible compounds to work with, which is why they're just hailing all these bullets right back at those members of VOIN Donkey, who's on the opposite side of the bunker. I think that's as good as it gets. They have just about enough cover, especially the smokes on top as well. U-High, though, somehow getting spotted through the smoke, while Talon's very close by. So the rest of 7-9 has to be pretty vigilant.
Oh, man.
Because all these members of FaZe Clan will be storming right in, and like I called it, majority of the south side will be able to play, but with very scarce area for them to work around with. Meanwhile, Razak as well as Zeta, can they hold on up against GLU Squad, who's over on the north point? It seems like Xbox wants to wrap around to get back into the main peninsula, so it is a tough call for GLU Squad right at the moment.
And we also have that small island in between, so that's probably the position that you don't want to be in for now. But yeah, I mean, GLU, they don't really have that much of an option since, I mean, what entry point can they go to, you know, for this? But anyway, Firin, right now in an S12K, reloads his gun, getting ready, of course, to battle it out. But yes, fortunately, Sem9 was able to provide a little backup. Team Secret got eliminated at number 11, though, with 0 points. Carillo got shut down by Lamborghini this time.
Wow. Great work out of those members out there, especially 30K spotting out Talon all the way up there. You definitely won't be safe in that position in that sense. Whereas the rest of E-Arena opts to dive right into the waters. So far, today has been the best day that we've seen Sem9 perform in the entire tournament itself, gaining so many positions, and now, as much as they're sitting on to 11, I believe with 7 points, they should be in for more. Nate's now being dropped right in. Arena wants to infiltrate, and this is where somebody needs to also scramble out to save High Boy on the waters.
High is still knocked down on the ground, and since, you know, the rest of the team is kind of busy dealing with teams also eyeing that very position, so it could be difficult for them to do just that. As for RQ, Swavel right now, right behind that big boulder over there, but still getting shot at by Razak. And yes, it was able to inflict damage, but well, obviously the enemy is still alive and kicking, so let's see if VOIN Donkey can be successful in bagging another elimination point. But so far, Zeta is not looking too good. I mean, he's still knocked down on the ground there, and RQ Swavel might be able to take that point as soon as Zeta exposes himself.
On top of that, the rest of E-Arena somehow being absolutely careful enough to be able to find a safety net right underneath the bridges. For Talon Esports, it seems like Yoro has been revived. He's still staying over on the top. A great vantage point for him to work with, but still a very dangerous position to play since he's been spotted out prior to this. FaZe Clan still adding on to their rampage, finding their first blood. Nongshim Redforce with 5, not being part of much of the equation for the moment. We expect that there definitely will be a lot more to be done right through. But now, is this island still going to be in play is the big question when it comes down to the next zone. And yes, it is. Oh boy. Now there's just tiny little pockets to play off. B-Saber needs to squeeze in. And GLU Squad might just need to fight off those members of VOIN Donkey on the outskirts.
This is gonna be tough. Didn't really expect that VOIN Donkey will be losing 2 players, you know, at this stage. But okay, let's check what's going to happen, because GLU now was able to step inside the zone. They're over at the bridge area. Could be greeted by Potato. E-Arena obviously is doing some sort of reset because Mormon is still knocked down on the ground. We got Potato clutching, shutting down Noel. So what's the next move going to be for the side of GLU?
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough call right there. But if they could, they would be able to spot out those VOIN Donkey members in the waters. Right now, full focus onto the water town. It is GLU Squad still hanging on the tread while they're getting sprayed by the members of Sem9. And for some reason, they've been able to at least get their way past. It's just that they just gotta supplement the well in the way of form. Over on the back, Razak, Zeta, separated from each other, or should I say Potato is the one that's actually shooting back at them. Well, Mormon, he's not going to be involved at all, but as much as he does not want to, Doc somehow finds him underneath the bridge.
Oh man, Razak, just look at the amount of health that he has. It's a good thing he still survived now. He has a chance to heal himself up. Now GLU, 2 down, 2 to go. KF, Sickly together right now, defending themselves, still making it happen for the team here. They're gonna go up against Razak at this point, but Razak needs to heal up as well. We can see that KF is on prone, and I don't think Razak is even aware of the fact that KF is about to strike.
He definitely has no clue whatsoever until he makes any for himself. And now he has to, because shots are fired from the side of Nongshim, and this gives away his position. Scramble for KF, and now he gets brought down. And just like that, Nongshim has spoiled his plans.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough because it looks to me like the final battle will happen in that small island. Oh, which is gonna be interesting for all of us. Now, Sickly making a move here, coming from down below, going up against Razak, and VOIN Donkey was able to take that point. Potato already out, but we still have Razak over here to still make things happen, you know, for VOIN Donkey. But he needs to deal with 2 more members of GLU, which is of course a disadvantage for his size. Sickly cooking a nade himself. We can see that Razak's trying to flush him out from under that bridge. He took a hit, and now he's backing away for now, but he's definitely gonna heal up once again. But GLU still trying to guess like where exactly to throw the nades, but this is currently the situation. Okay, so FaZe Clan avoiding all conflicts, you know, during the first few rounds. They're still a complete squad here, and they got favored by the circle.
This is the most ridiculous zone I've ever seen in a long while. Tourniquet and the islands, FaZe Clan have been able to at least make their way across, so it does end up hitting the island eventually. Stickley now going for the charge, and that final couple of shots will be able to connect. GLU Squad full spinning and finding themselves plentiful of points. Currently tied with Nongshim Redforce at 6 eliminations at this moment. Talon Esports, though, swarmed by the rest of these members of Alpha7, and it's a big scramble between these 3 teams. A7, Talon, Sem9, layers after layers they have to go. And there we go, a big one.
Okay, great performance coming from Shields there, knocking down 2 players from Alpha7 in an instant with that nade. 2 points in the bag. DX4, aka Lamborghini, got knocked down by Dewey this time, and now Mafioso needs to pick up his teammate here just so that they could survive the situation. Talon coming into play as well, while Revo blitz out there in the open. Sem9 is doing the very same thing. Now Mafioso needs to buy some time here for his teammate to recuperate, but Talon Esports getting aggressive, putting 5 points in the bag. Now that's what we want to see.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Talon. And we've been waiting for this all day long. 29 points, adding a total of 6. It just goes to show that there is still a lot of fight left in them. While Sem9 will have to blaze through the rest of FaZe Clan over on the far corners of front. Look at the rest of these members just lobbing nades at each other. Sem9 needs to just play for defense because they are still in the zone, whereas Talon is not.
5 teams now remaining for stage 6 over here, and just a few more minutes and we're gonna find out just who will win the last Erangel this evening. Again, we got E-Arena getting back into the lobby with only 3 points. Sem9, Manprang, okay. They're still a complete squad, which is always an advantage. 8 points now in the bag. And they're trying to check, okay, from which direction the enemies will be coming from. Well, they have to be aware of the fact that Talon Esports also might be able to take them out from this position. But then again, FaZe is just really quiet, you know? They're going for the map control, obviously. TZ, he is being quiet at the moment. He doesn't have the rest of the team with him. Same thing goes for GLU. I mean, they're not leaving the edge of the zone.
Trying to leverage around those kind of spots while Fury tries to hold on line. Achel won't falter. And Sem9 putting them into a mid grinder. It's going to be because instead getting clipped from his back. Shields. Whoever this player is, he's really doing a fantastic job to be able to seek out one after another new high. Now needs to pull up a solid hole in the front line. It's not looking all too perfectly primed. They're checking onto the upper floor, but the rest of Sem9, they're all prepared over on the lower layer instead. It's Refo just running right across it, just like that, gets caught out. This is going to be a great time for the side of Fear to also land a little bit hand. Mapar tries to and
Montbaro, he gets it! Oh my goodness! Sam9 is doing it! They're on fire with 12 points!
That was such a great game IQ coming from Manparang, making that gasoline explode and letting it do its job. Oh man, that was beautiful to watch. But anyway, back into the action we go. 8 elimination points for NS Redforce, and unfortunately he got overpowered by GLU this time, hence being taken out of the equation. Now we're looking at Shopper over here. Can he shop some points from FaZe? Here comes Firin trying to get close in this situation. Obviously, Shopper was able to hear those footsteps, and now he is prepping up. He's gearing up and cooking up another nade over here. Can he be accurate this time?
He's looking for it. Firin so low. This might just be enough, but he lobs it a little wide. Shopper also gets attacked from the back. Yuba goes inside the water. He's not going to be able to lend too much of a help if Firin gets in trouble. But Firin, he's got plans of his own. He's on a hunt, and he gets all members of FaZe Clan. It's number 15 for the Malaysians.
Okay, nobody was expecting that because they're the most consistent team at the moment, but FaZe Clan getting executed just like that. Wow, that wasn't even part of the plan, I bet. Sem9 and GLU down to our final 2 teams over here. Obviously, Sem9 has all the advantages because they do have the numbers, but we can see Manparang, and he needs to get across, which is, of course, going to be a little difficult. And just look at that. We got Xbox and Stickley just really pointing the gun onto Manparang. Stickley getting some damage because of that molly, so which brings us down to just Xbox as the last remaining player. So this is going to be a 3v1.
Sem9, where was this Tiger back in the PMSL? We needed to see this. And Manparang is actually the secret murderer because he was not part of PMSL. Next season, we want him in, as he is still so lethal after all these years. The ex-PMSL champion is now at it, and now Xbox gets the catch. Still, Igor go. Can he actually fire a whole lot more? He goes for the pin down up against Mika, and now down to Yuhai. He's closing in. He's trying to overwhelm him, but that rock is impenetrable. And the nades are flying in, and that will settle it for Sem9.
That was close. That was close. But you know what? That was a valiant effort coming from, of course, GLU. Obviously, they were at a deficit. They didn't really have that much advantage up against Sem9. I mean, we're talking about a full squad over here. And you know, we can say that it was a stellar performance as well coming from Sem9, since this is already their second chicken dinner of the night. So, my goodness me. I mean, we did wish for another set of names to really pop, you know, for the overall leaderboards or like teams that are getting that chicken dinner. And Sem9, they are giving us just that.
Yep, they absolutely delivered today. I've talked about how consistent they are, but 2 chicken dinners was not something that I would have actually expected out of these gentlemen, and they absolutely stole the show today, even topping those records of the highest highest eliminations, at least for today, for a chicken dinner.
Oh man. And again, that was I guess a treat, you know, for all of us, especially for those fans out there for Sem9. They're definitely raising the Malaysia flag right now and just like really making a statement, banging on their chest and securing that chicken dinner with a great set of elimination points as well. So again, phenomenal for Sem9.
Indeed it is. Now, take a look at this kind of team effort. We've definitely talked back in the past where Yuhai Boy as well as Mika is a very deadly combo to go up against everybody out there, and it really proves. And today they've been feeling pretty much in their prime form and really showed up. Now, looking at the other players who've been able to actually play it well, GLU Squad emerges over on the north side. They had those early game struggles, but by the time they have been able to settle in, GLU Squad has been able to do plenty in this round.
Oh man, valiant effort, I can say, coming from GLU. I mean, Xbox obviously tried to hold down the line for as much as he could, but then again, it can be overwhelming, and with just one player trying to handle business there. 2,617 damage output for Sem9, 17 elimination points. And this is by far a huge gap, compared to GLU Squad. But then again, we're talking about like 2 players remaining for GLU Squad at that moment, and Sem9 had all the advantages working out for them. So we can understand this kind of stats, coming from both of the teams.
That's right. And overall, Manparang, this man, I tell you, he's been out for years. He came back, announced that he's been, being coach, analyst for the team for a while, and stepping up to really deliver this impeccable performance for somebody who's considerably retired is usually unheard of. It's like, there's still Coach Ken playing as well, if it's really him. Usually it's some other player that's kind of borrowing the account, but this time around, man, it's just super impressive that he emerges as MVP, dealing just slightly more damage than Virent, and that's just 2 drops of points.
Okay, here we go. And, we're always happy to see, like someone joining into the team and making a whole lot of difference, for Sem9. And today I can say is that by far, Sem9 is the most improved team, for day number 3. So yeah, hopefully we can see something like this, for the last game and also for tomorrow, since we're going to have that smash roll take effect. 27 points in total for Sem9, 13 for GLU Squad, and 12 for Nongshim Redforce. Talon Esports coming in at 4th place with 10. So also this is again the best game for Talon Esports, I can say. Vikings, Team Secret, DPLUS Kia got nothing out of this round, so we just really have to give props, for Talon Esports. We did say, we have been inviting them to come and play, like really show us something, like show us what you got, deliver us a chicken dinner, or like maybe just get those elimination points. Just do something. And I guess, in a way, they listened and, they performed, at least for this round.
Yeah, they perform out of their minds, to be specific. And take a close look at who's at the top right now. FaZe Clan is the one that overtakes every other team, and specifically DPLUS Kia with a total of 160 points to be the benchmarker at the moment. There's still one more round to set the real benchmark. Sem9, remember where they were when we started off today, and now that massive 27-point over chicken dinner pushes them 5 spots ahead. Everybody gets toppled, and they're now number 7.
Oh man, okay, listen to this. So we have been asking since the playoffs, like, okay, which among these teams is going to stop DPLUS Kia's supremacy? And I guess we got our answer. It's none other than FaZe Clan. Now they've already dethroned DPLUS Kia at the top here. What they need to do is just really maintain this energy. But coming off to the second page, the only team that had some sort of improvement will be GLU with 84 points here, moving up 1 rank. Talon Esports, yes, it was a big performance, but they remain to be at the bottom of the page here. VOIN Donkey, RQ, same thing, they're a non-mover. Yangon Galacticos got pushed even, down even more. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen as we are about to step into the final round today. So perhaps we could see something different. Again, the set of names, the set of teams that actually got the chicken dinner, for this, for day number 3 of the grand finals is different. So maybe there will be a team here that could just like maybe lock it in and give us all that big surprise that we have been waiting for. But of course, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gents, so don't go away. We'll be right back. And finally, we have come to the final round here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Of course, we're going to cap things off in Miramar. You're back with your favorite casters, Red Queen and Contra. Whew! It is shaping up to be really quite aggressive, you know, from this point on.
It definitely is. 7-9 of all teams really showing off what they're made of today. And, you know, I mean, I'm proud of my fellow countrymen in that sense. I mean, it's been a long while. Let's be honest. How many iterations of RS? I think, like, a lot of times people write off 7-9 just because, you know, they don't seem to be showing, like, they're having those kind of fancy big plays out there. Or Yuhai doesn't seem like he's always having those pop-up moments. But today, everybody's on the right state of mind, especially the returning player Mamparang, which is super impressive to me.
Okay, it's okay. But seriously, guys, why are you looking for a Jonathan? Who is Jonathan? I'm looking at the comment section and all of you guys are saying Jonathan. Like, who is this Jonathan? Okay,
How
kidding
do
aside.
you not know of Jonathan, the legend from teams TSM back in the days?
Oh, is that Jonathan? Because
That
I came across a post, you know, from Zuxi, wherein like he got irritated a bit or like agitated because, you know, the comment section keeps looking for a Jonathan, and he was saying, "Come on, guys, don't look for a Jonathan. I mean, why are you guys looking for a Jonathan?" So I was kind of asking like everyone, because I see a lot of Jonathan down there in the comment section, like, who is this Jonathan? But anyway, okay, getting back into, of course, the gameplay, and we still have to do our due diligence. Oh man, you read my mind, Fraud! You read my mind! But you know what? I feel like, yeah, it's about time. Purple Heart step up, so I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go with HORAA Esports as well. But Sky, come on, man! Like, we are looking for you. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna be the combo breaker right now. I love HORAA Esports, don't get me wrong, but are they gonna get it? I'm
Are you
thinking
gonna go for your
team.
homeboys? Are you gonna go for your homeboys?
I think 2 chicken dinners enough for them. I think they're happy enough. I'm looking at all these lists of names, and you know, I haven't voted for an Indonesian team today, so I feel like, you know, you talk about Zuxi, you know where Zuxi was from. Now isn't Claw Slayers, surely, but Claw Slayers not playing.
Back to BTR.
Therefore, back to BTR.
Okay, all right. I mean, I think that's also like one of the curiosity right now, and the like people are asking, okay, now that Zux is back with BTR, is he gonna join the main roster? Are they gonna try out like a new lineup? Because I came across a post as well, you know, from Bigetron's page, and they are gonna put out a live wherein they're gonna test out this new roster. So perhaps they're gonna announce something. I'm just not sure, but yes, BTR remains to be a formidable team. You know, they're pretty strong, and with this kind of lineup, I feel like they're also gonna go for another global domination. And I guess, you know, Federales is really such a great addition to BTR. He's definitely complementing the game style, everything else in between, and even, you know, like getting a lot of MVP titles. I mean, during the last Hong Kong Invitation was the FMVP, and a lot of the people are already saying that, you know, Federales is the rising star, you know, from Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, overall, he has always been able to show up on a lot of all these moments where not only does he show up, he clutches so many of all these situations. I remember back in the days of Harame Bros, he's always done that too. And so far, I think, like, with a roster that's always shifting, you know, based on Coach Ken's, of course, flavor overall, where he believes in a lot of all these young prodigies, and at the same time, as much as, you know, they show a lot of all these aggression, a lot of firepower, I think, like, what we want to see is a sense of calm mind, and who exactly is the one that kind of implements the strategy portion into BTR. And I guess this is where the struggle of finding that balance comes in. So Zuxi, with his wealth of experience, and being one of the most aggressive players ever to play the game, I think this is definitely the right call.
Yeah, and Federalis is much younger, so I feel like he's really bringing all the aggression to BTR. The last time that I spoke to him, he said that he really tries to dictate, like what kind of pace BTR is actually going to do, in every situation. So yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can perhaps identify if Federalis really indeed is playing today. So we'll just probably have to wait. But since this is the last game for tonight, and we're gonna look at those names over to the left side. So most elimination points now is Tins coming from Vikings. Even with the most knockouts, we got of course DPLUS Kia Nobu coming in at second place, and XZY from NS Redforce. But with the most headshots, it's no fear of HORAA Esports. We even have Falak at third place. Highest damage is still Tins. So I guess even if Vikings is not really say super top of the leaderboard, but fact of the matter is they have been consistent ever since game 1.
Yeah, Tins has had his pop-off moments at almost every single map that he plays, and even more so in Miramar. I was really thinking about voting for Vikings as well, and when I take a close look at Lunti, every other round he's just holding that explosive crossbow. I'm not fully convinced into, carrying that into ultra late game. I'm okay with it being played in the mid game, but yeah, I just felt like they definitely are trying to push the limits. Tomorrow onwards, I'm pretty sure that MVKE will show us an even crazier side than what we saw today.
Exactly. All right, here we go. We got teams already down on the ground, and the circle landed a bit onto the south side with a portion of Los Leones getting included in the zone. Now, most of the teams will be coming from up north. This is mostly the regular drop spots, for the teams. E-Arena headed towards Los Leones, I guess, to just like pillage towns over there. Now we got Alpha7 taking control of this specific spot here in Picado. They're coming after all the weapons, but that was again a quick reflex coming from Zainab of Alpha7 Esports, gaining the advantage right off the bat.
Yeah, up against D Saver, and just like that, 2 members out for the count. It feels like D Savior, they're definitely looking for those challenges inside the arena, but they were just a tad too late, unfortunately. Now limping across. I don't think that 4 or even the other member will be able to get involved. It's interesting to actually see the Savior right when it comes down to how majority of their names are currently being blurred out with 2 players. The only constant has been Levi's as well as Parajin. Lambo has not really played some of these rounds as well, so I feel like maybe next season they're looking to make another superstar studded roster, taking some of the Vietnamese finest players to be joining the organization. Whereas A7, I mean, these guys, phenomenal. They're also hot favorites to, play out for EWC, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, everyone is really looking forward to that as well. I guess, again, it's really a privilege and opportunity to be included in this type of tournaments, the third-party tournaments, just so that they could, of course, warm up and they could train, they could be experimental, I guess, with whatever strategy they have in store for the official tournament. So I guess it is a priority for most of the teams here to participate in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, just because they could probably take note and just really observe what other teams do in some crucial situations, just like what we are seeing on screen. I mean, Alpha7 down to 2 members here, so we don't exactly know what's going to happen next. But can they survive this or not? Okay, let me correct myself. It's D Savior down to their 2 members. So Alpha7 right now has all the advantages, and they're hunting down the remaining boys of D Savior. So obviously they have the leverage up against their enemies. But 2504 cooking a nade here. Let's go for a 1v1. It's a shotgun. Yeah, they're obviously going for a pincher. And we got 2504 getting a nade. So that's it. End of the line for D Savior.
Yeah, swift work out of the scuffle that they had. I don't think that itself would be anything that could even deter Alpha7 in specific, and despite it being, the savior, a household name back in Vietnam, it's just a little too tough to handle when you are just overwhelming those forces. Another fun fact, for those who don't know, the commitment that Alpha7 has to actually play. Right now, it is 11:23 a.m. currently at Brazil, wherever in Brazil, right? So, there's definitely different time zones as well, which makes it even earlier. Imagine them needing to wake up super early as 6 a.m. or even 5 a.m. to prepare for this. Every other day. That's the level of commitment that Alpha7 has. So, can you imagine most of these players who usually play tournaments at, 5 p.m., 4 p.m., normal timings, and these guys, they're all 20 o'clock. Vitality's going down, going for the rush, and they find those members of VP rushing right through. And Lazarus Web will be able to seek them out all together with Mela to just deny any advancement, but Rebel has been able to go for some exchange. So I guess they cut their losses. Yoru down without any help.
Yeah, that was quick. That was really quick. And now Yoru out of the equation as well, courtesy of Onzen. 3 points in an instant, for the side of Vampire Esports. Okay. Which more teams are going to have an altercation? I believe we are going to anticipate a fight between E-Arena and Vikings down in Los Leones. But E-Arena does possess a slight advantage over Vikings. But then again, Vikings has been on point, from the get-go. So perhaps they could easily get through E-Arena. DPLUS Key is still outside. So they haven't really started traveling just yet to get into the zone. But as for GLU and Sem9, they're close to one another. HORAA Esports will be coming from the northern side and could probably have an altercation up against Alpha7.
That's right, and E-Arena having so much space around the Los Angeles fields. It's going to have a smooth cruise while FaZe Clan is up for a little bit of an antsy challenge up against these members of VOIN Donkey. Potato tries to wrap around those walls, and he's just going to continue to push forward, and that's 2 members joining him. Shopper can only pick 1 fight at a time, and he goes down. Great stuff coming out of Gature to supplement on Potato's firepower.
17 teams remaining. Okay, first team to be taken out, of course, that was D-Savior, and again, they went out empty-handed. But they're okay, they're safe. Dewey, on the other hand, FaZe Clan obviously took a lot of damage, and 3 other members had already been taken out of the equation, so not exactly sure for how long Dewey's going to be surviving, so hopefully we can see him at the latter stages of this match. But in the meantime, we're looking at Alpha7, and we are hearing some gunshots, but okay, I called it out, okay, maybe HORAA will have an altercation up against Alpha7, but it looks like RRQ is the team ready to fight it out.
That's right. And they're having the high ground advantage. Knock already being secured, so A7 will lose 1 member throughout the process. And this circle's going all the way back into Chumacera, so BTR is already firmly found there, who had to make that pick, while Alpha7 continues to rally on, looking for the challenge up against RRQ. Instead, they try to swerve it a little bit wider, or they're trying to close up the gap on this McLaren while they try to recommit onto the member over back. And this kind of costed Red Bull a little bit of that chances. Now closing in onto Lapar. Lapar makes quick work out of both of them. Just like that, Alpha7, another team bites the dust.
RQ, BTR, Vampire Esports, all having an exchange here. Bumblebee is not going to transform anymore because, well, it doesn't have the alt sparks, number 1, and also it's been taken out of the equation, and now Miola taking in some hits as well. Snipe already down on the ground, so it's Nonambon and Razy tandem working from the side of Bigetron. Miola making a move with his shotgun, still trying to find the opening, and he got it. And now coming after a second member of BTR over here is still a dance-off between these two teams. Who will get served? Who will fall down on their knees? It looks like it's Razy of BTR.
Oh, I guess I talked too soon. Vampire Esports is absolutely popped out for that close quarter combat. A little bit of flying action for Marmon to try to also join in the mix inside of the city of Jumasera, while the rest of Irina is taking each corner of this hillside. So this kind of got those members of Vampire Esports numbered. While the is trying to go back to the trade, he barely survives that run through and goes for a drop. Marmon now tries to see that area, and oh, instead the cover bar was unreal! And it's coming in from the back, and it's the arena that will be able to find them all instead. What a turnaround event between the two tie teams, and here comes VOIN Donkey.
Okay, VOIN Donkey right now may be switching to their aggressive side this time. Okay, that is such a great start. And right now they're unleashing havoc, you know, onto E-Arena at the moment. Joker low in HP. Same thing goes for 456, so obviously they need to heal up. But you know what? Miola probably deciding, okay, maybe I could get lucky with a shot here. Maybe I could join into the mix as well. But 456 couldn't even, like, have a chance to reset. And with that long drop, I am amazed at the fact that he survived that.
Yeah, I was so concerned that he would be depleted instead. And E-Arena hanging by a thread somehow. Just barely squeezing by. 456 has got to find whatever mess that he could. Somehow, Razak and the rest of the VOIN Donkey members have lost sight of them.
Whew, still a lot of gunshots, you know, at stage 3, I can say. Now, Razak spots Joker, went in for a spray, but just in the nick of time, Joker was able to get inside the building, hence he is safe. Now, they responded, okay, and that immediately puts Razak on his knees. And you know what? Who else is actually joining into the mix here? That would be the boys of GLU coming inside Chumasera.
Yeah, GLU Squad, and that actually makes the entire Indo squads as well as Thai squads to be in the same spot, right? They're picking each other out, canceling each other, while Sirisa being able to look at a perfect headshot onto Noble. Now, looking for chips at the very same time. Now, this one's a very big fight that they're squeezing each other out through the blue zone while Chips goes in for a wide wrap up against Jiki. He's got a great grenade, and it's going to be a preemptive toss coming from Jiki that does literally chip chips down to 25%. And just like that, one tap is all it takes for him to fend him off. Somehow, only one member stands, and that's Trang. It's a close 1v1 at this moment. Chips will be able to secure all these massive points. And this allows them to at least close a little bit of that gap that they had up against FaZe Clan. And just like that, Krang, the match to secure some.
Okay, Chips right now, I feel like he will not be taking the fight anymore. Or maybe just going for another angle over here. Now, Team Secret, he does know exactly where Chips is actually going, but Chips is currently holding a nade here. Same thing goes for Frankie, so we'll just have to wait, like, which is gonna go first. Okay, Chips was able to take in a lot of damage, and that seals the deal. Trang just put a nail in the coffin over there, eliminating the rest of DPLUS Kia.
And they're only good for those 2 points. Look at Nongshim Redforce. This is an opportunity for them to also kind of draw in a race alongside with FaZe Clan, who's currently weakened down to 1. So tomorrow's story is going to be so interesting. Now, it could very well be around the threshold of 165 points, depending on how well Nongshim Redforce actually performs. And RQ goes on a dominating spree. Great to see the King of Kings back at it here in Miramar. It's been a while. And it's just surprising to see RQ, VD, and Talon to be at the bottom of the barrel. While look at Brick and the rest of MVKE, they're directly in their center, receiving that zone. And on the other side, there's also 4 tribes. These two are
Lepar, definitely scary
Oh,
team to
Lepar.
watch.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So HORAA Esports right now, effectively going for a push over here. Great defense as well. Now Sky trying to dance it off. Unfortunately, he got served by RQ. And yeah, he won't be coming back from that one. And now we got RQ resetting, of course. But No Fear is here to avenge their fallen comrade. But is this a 3v1 situation? Where's the rest of HORAA Esports?
Not too sure right now, but No Fear is absolutely rocking it right now, flushing them off of the field, and it's all down to Phil. Phil, can he actually handle the situation? It seems like there's all too much, and he has to turn him and run, finding a little bit more of that cover, but the chase is not giving any space with only 1 HP, literally. Man, he's somehow surviving. Here comes the ball top, and not quite enough. No Fear will be relentless in his pursuit.
Yep, I mean, definitely living up to his name, No Fear. I mean, he charges in and just really comes out swinging to make sure that they will be winning the fight here. So another win for HORAA Esports, but it's still too early to celebrate. I mean, we're just at stage 4 here, and there's 12 teams more to go. So GLU Squad right now spotted where HORAA Esports is, and they're trying to get lucky with the shots. And they're over here onto the northern side, just also west side of Chumacera, if you're going to take a look at the map later on. Doxy, however, manages to put down a player from Yangon Galacticos. Okay, over to the south side this time. And you know what? This could be potentially be a 3-way battle because 4 Thrives also on the way to join the game.
4 tries so far. They're holding on to a really good position. Because they're definitely waiting for certain teams to be moving on to the direction while M9 finding one. Doxy, great headshot connecting, coming in from Easy. Now Dox will be looking to finish the job with a grenade. So low for T24. But that spawn on the hill, it's not going to give it just enough cover. And Doxy will make his way forward. And just like that, he will be able to turn things around, bringing a member down out of NS.
Effective counter coming from 4 Thrives. Still surviving, despite the fact that, you know, they obviously need a reset. Okay, that was a time bought right there. Yangon Galacticos, however, okay, also coming into play inside this compound. Now, NS Redforce obviously trying to take this away by brute force. Doxy, however, fell victim to T24 and Falak tandem. We got Say Cloud trying to get close with NS Redforce to just pick up those information, just so, you know, the rest of the team would know where exactly to throw those nades. And as for 4 Thrives, again, they're trying to join into the mix here. Beanie trying to get closer to Master Smile, and this is, of course, the attack right now from NS. Unfortunately, effective defense now coming from Yangon Galacticos, but yeah, Master Smile already has been put out of his misery.
Just pandemonium all across the fields right now. Everyone's fighting for the high grounds. Falak now confident enough to turn the tides up against TZ, who's all alone, but we've seen so many clutches coming from TZ as well. 2 great gunners up against one another, while Romeo Boy has been lurking around at the very same time to try to bring something back for Yangon Galacticos. He's just prepping himself up with the M4 DPS setup. So I guess he's not looking to really run outskirts because he's in pretty much a safe territory already. While Woon T, we've always seen this name appear every other round, this time with a grenade, no longer with the bow. And MGN Vikings, the team in the top 10 that does not have a chicken dinner, hunting out for one at this current moment. And Tins, so far, best player out of MVKE throughout the day. 35 eliminations. Looking to add another one as he's also joining into the farm warehouse party eventually.
All right, here we go. 4 Thrive still surviving, and potentially gatekeeping Yangon Galacticos and even TZ coming from Nongshim Redforce. We got Vikings also trying to join into the mix here. We also have the boys of Sem9, I believe, together with Miola Vapor Esports, and Yangon Galacticos was able to eliminate that last player from NS. And now we're looking at Sem9 back on the screen. We got Yumiko right now. We got Yuhai as well getting picked up by his teammate over here. Miala is not moving at all. I mean, that would be, of course, the best thing to do in this situation, knowing that nobody could provide you the backup that you need. And as for 4 Thrives, it's still a good thing because we are seeing a complete squad. 2-2 split, however, we got 2 of them just manning south part area of the circle and just making it difficult for Romeo Boy, you know, to even step inside with the help of Vikings.
Yeah, and Vikings, they're trying to seek for a rare spot as well, while Team Secret plows through, finds the final member of VOIN Donkey hiding right inside. So that's 45 points in. 4 Tribes on the lower ground. It's going to be rather difficult for them to challenge Wunti up top. All these teams wrapping around the sides. Falak tries to also reposition for a little bit, going further into the western terrains. Sem9 has been able to join the city of Pasera rather late, while GLU Squad all the way up north is going to be seeking out whoever's over on the hillside, and until stage 5 closes, we'll have to see who's going to be the biggest benefactors of the upcoming zone. And within the span of 5 seconds from now, for our Tribes, this is going to be a big dive downwards if it happens to be a big call for them to do so. And it seems like only 2 members of HORAA benefits from the zone.
But we got No Fear trying to get into the middle as well. But 4 Thrives, just judging by their performance so far and their overall position, they could actually go for the map control here, coming from down south. But that is, of course, if they can eliminate Vikings in the process. Now, T2 as we can see, trying to find an angle here. And he was able to get Tins. And now Superman is very much aware of where T24 is exactly. And now he is about to move. But I don't think they can still save Teens at this point.
Very difficult. Frankie barely dodges those couple of shots coming from Shield. He tries to close in. It is absolutely Frankie that prepares better on that exchange. Alan walks away with nothing, unfortunately, once more. While 4 Tribes out over out to the hilltops, looking for the target. Superman almost getting flipped. He's got the cover coming from the care package, and Naki's being sent forward to take him on.
Oh, okay. 5 points right now for 4 Thrives. Unfortunately, man, Sem9 probably heard those gunshots, and they know exactly that this is the perfect timing for them to step into the battle, because 4 Thrives obviously took a lot of damage as well coming off of that fight, and now it can be a little difficult for 4 Thrives to reset and heal up in this type of situation. Now, 6 elimination points for Sem9. It's a pretty solid number. And you know what? HORAA Esports also trying to get close, but is this the perfect time for them to step into a battle?
We'll have to see. I mean, I guess they really want to just have a little bit of space created into the zone. Stage 6 is definitely daunting with so many other teams who are still upon those valleys. And IQ just trying to stay afloat right at this moment. 4 Tribes, they were doing so much, and now they're only down to 1. Sem9. Now, you kind of make me regret. I mean, they really look so good today that even in Miramar on this very final game, they're still hunting for another dinner. They can't even make it into the top 5 if they have another good top 4 finish.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure. And 456, this guy has always been part of the top performers, you know, from E Arena. So he's definitely good. He adds a strong flavor to the team here. Really is, I mean, when it comes to like dominating. But speaking of dominating, again, we got Sem9 on top of HORAA Esports, which is, of course, a little struggle onto the side of HORAA since they are the ones down below. And what they can do so far is throw nades to kind of distract Sem9, but how long can they keep this up? So obviously Sleepy and No Fear, they need to heal up as well. They're popping up those smokes, but can they survive this given the fact that they're down to just 2 members?
And the nade does connect, just not enough to take down No Fear in particular. The second one does actually clip him though, so it's only down to Sleepy. And it's gonna be a full rush coming out. Yuhai trampling them down with the vehicle just to secure themselves the top 5 position. And I guess we didn't really have to wait too long for Sem9 to actually get into this top 4. 8 points in hand, still full squad, and currently in the center of the zone.
Oh man, I don't want this to be another deja vu moment, but GLU, okay, they hold most or like majority of the circle here. So map control wise, it's GLU. Sem9 is still at the edge of the zone here from down south, and man, we still got IQ for 4 Thrives playing, so we'll just have to wait for him up until he decides, okay, it's now time to move. But for E-Arena and Team Secret, a score needs to settle because, well, this part is no longer inside the zone, so they need to deal business. Joker already out, Byron was able to put down by 4 Thrives, so this is a back and forth situation still, but an interesting trade-off. But you know what? Manparang is no longer interested. He wants to nail this thing.
It's crazy, man. Like, Manparang fragging in 2024 right now looks unbelievable. Back then, he was the IGL, and I believe he's actually making the shot calls as well in some of all these matches. While doing so, fragging out is just absurd if you ask me on his work rate. They're now going for the recovery while Manpa breaks out that AUG, lands it on the well. And no, just like that, it's already 10 points in for Sem9. Right underneath them is the rest of GLU Squad, while E-Arena's slowly clearing them out at the very same time. 4, 5, 6, still making it pretty much painful for them to deal with, but it's pretty much overwhelming. 2 versus 1. Say goodbye to E-Arena.
Man, you should have went with your homeboys. I think they're gunning for the 3rd chicken dinner of the night. So it's gonna be interesting. I mean, just look at the advantages. They have numbers, and it's a whopping 56% over here. And again, a deja vu moment for the side of GLU. I mean, obviously they did have the angles, the position so far, but clearly, you know, maybe they've made like a series of bad decisions that led them to this, but it's not too late just yet. I mean, they could still probably win this fight, but it will take a lot of effort to do just that. Frankie right now is going up against Sem9 here. It's a little tough given the angle, but let's see what kind of maneuver they have up in their sleeves here, as Sem9 takes the high ground over here for stage 8.
You know, earlier on when you talk about those kind of votes, and I did say like, oh, I don't think that they're gonna get deterred. I think they overheard me. It's like, you know what, Contra, I'll prove you wrong. It's like, and we don't care what this caster really wanted to say about us. We're still here, grabbing, and they're eating good tonight. It seems.
No.
Big nades falling to Frankie, not quite enough, unfortunately. While GLU Squad is also charging on from another direction. This 2-prong attack coming from 2 different squads might just be enough to kind of put some damage onto Sem9.
You know, I like what Stickley did. He came close at that foot of that hill over here. I mean, the moment that the zone eats everyone up, Sem9 obviously will have to give up this space, right? They will have to go down, and that makes it a double-edged sword. Now, Team Secret right now, oh my gosh, receiving a lot of punishment coming from the side of Sem9, who got KF getting down as well, courtesy of Manparang, and now it's Stickley left to defend. Unfortunately, it's still Sem9 at the top for their 3rd chicken dinner of the night.
7 eliminations for Manparang, and it was Yuhai to seal the deal at the very same time. 3 chicken dinners and the grand finals for Sem9 as these boys once again show what Malaysia is made of.
Whew. And here we thought that no team can pull off 3 chicken dinners in a night, if not DPLUS Kia. So Sem9 again proving everyone that, hey, we are also like a strong team that you guys need to watch out for. And it's a breath of fresh air to see that another team really is dominating for day 3 of the grand finals. It's gonna be an even more interesting day for tomorrow, since we already have the smash rule. But in the meantime, okay, let's just really praise, appreciate the performance coming from this Malaysian team. I mean, 3 chicken dinners for today, that is a lot.
That's a whole lot. I mean, if we calculate the number of points that they've gotten today, I believe they've gotten more than 60 points. If you think about it, like every round that they played, if it wasn't a chicken dinner, it was a top 4, if I recall correctly. And I'm just trying to process right now. A lot of all these facts are on my part. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around this as to, this revival attempt coming in from Mamparang. Is it really him playing? Was it some secret player that's actually holding on to it? If it's a secret player, I want to know who. Mamparang at this level that he's playing is just unreal.
Oh man, absolutely right. It's gonna be again, I guess, a great fight tomorrow. I'm really excited for day number 4. That would be the last day. Yeah, tomorrow, July 13. And looking at the performance coming from Sem9, maybe the reason why Nongshim Redforce, DPLUS Kia, 4th Thrives is kind of like slowing down, for today. I guess it's just giving a chance, for the other teams to catch up, so that it will be such a massive event tomorrow, to close season 11 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So you guys, please don't miss on this opportunity to witness something so spectacular in the community.
It's just crazy. Take a look at the comparison between the top 2 teams. 2,000 over damage by Sem9, 14 eliminations, GLU Squad. You may say that they've been able to squeeze through from the south in order to make a top 2 cut, but it's still a valiant effort. And look at that. Double 7 on utilities, 7 on eliminations, and close to 700 damage at the very same time. This man does it all, and you just look at the amount of contribution that he had. It's a total of 50% in this round.
Hey, you know what? I feel like Mamparang is probably telling everyone, like, just getting the MVP, coming into play for day number 3 on the grand finals, just saying, hey, who's your daddy?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he does have children of his own right now. Like, that's how old he is. So, that being said, I mean, take a look at the rest of the field. 4, 5, 6, like you said, have always been the last man standing for E Arena and have once again show up as the top performer. And to also join alongside with him is Frankie and also Mika out of Sem9.
Oh man, I did not, for one, expect something like this will happen for today. So again, I'm very happy that we do have a different set of names again up on the board, like really who is dominating, for today's set of matches. And again, 24 points for Sem9. Team Secret coming in at 2nd with 13. So we only have 2 teams that actually did great and ending the game with double-digit finish. Talon, FaZe, even Bigetron by Vitality, and of course the Savior coming out of this match empty-handed. So again, they will have another chance tomorrow, and it's even gonna be more thrilling just because we have Smash Roll taking effect.
Yeah, and on top of that, I guess like the points now, we will have to see what exactly is the benchmark. And on the benchmark, we add another 10 points so that they will play a couple of rounds instead of just scoring 1 chicken dinner and call it a night. So look at the stats. That's the longest range, almost close to 400 meters in total. The rest of the numbers looking to be pretty much stock standard. I don't think that any players were struggling by the blue zone in essence. And overall, it's been a fantastic day, especially if you guys are fans of Sem9. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards as well, which will be unveiled in a short moment, I believe that, you know, 7-9 should now be able to breach into either top 3, top 5, so to speak, because they've been able to climb from that second page from what, 14th position when we started off the day. It's a massive jump. And tomorrow, if 7-9 lands another 2 chicken dinners, this might just be over and done for.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they could replicate again this kind of performance back to the final day of the grand finals. But then again, we're talking about powerhouses such as Nongshim Redforce, DPLUS Kia. We also got HORAA and 4 Thrives, you know, even FaZe Clan. So it's gonna get crazy. That's all I can say. So we must prepare ourselves. But when it comes to the overall MVP, and I can also say that, you know, Vikings has been pretty consistent so far. And we got Teens over here scoring the MVP title for today, 36 elimination points and 6,023 damage output. So, yeah, I mean, everyone seems to be eager and in the mood right now to perform since we are about to step into the final day of the grand final. So I just know that everyone will be cooking, and day number 4 will be absolute cinema.
It definitely will be. I mean, I can't wait for tomorrow's games to begin. I'm pretty sure that some of these players feel exactly the same. Tin so far really showing up strong, and he's been a major provider to MVKE as this team only looks to frack and nothing else. And right now he's even bested the names such as XZY, Revo, Nobu, as well as IQ, where look at the ratios of damage. I would still say that XZY so far throughout those runs have been showing up as one of the most lethal players out there in the form of average damage to churn out per round.
And just like that, you know, I wasn't even expecting this to happen as well. I mean, he got the top spot. Teens from Vikings. So interesting. Okay, so we're looking at the overall fraggers over here, and we also have like SZY coming from Nongshim Redforce. We got Revo, Alpha7, Nobu of DPLUS Kia, and 4 Thrives IQ here. So I do love the fact that we have a variety of names here in the overall fraggers as well.
Yeah, and it definitely is a bigger change as compared to what we last saw back in playoffs, where it was just basically every page DPLUS Kia members, Noble at the front, and then it just a mix around with also in between. So grand finals, we now welcome 7-9 into the top 5 with 139 points. You know, we talk about, you know, potential of them to be able to land a couple chicken dinners. Tomorrow is where it matters most. So that benchmark point that we set tomorrow is a total of 170 points, because FaZe Clan is holding the top spot with a total of 160. Well, with the emergence of 7-9, that naturally pushes the order right down. So realistically, I would say that we're going to have quite an amount of games depending on how consistent can the top 5 actually make a statement.
Yep, and HORAA Esports non-mover at number 10 with 109 points. Viper Esports moving up 1 rank. BTR moved down 1. Same thing goes for D-Saver. GLU did amazing, I can say, you know, at 93 points. But as for Yangon Galacticos, RQ, VOIN Donkey, and again, Talon Esports, non-movers as well for the second page.
That's right, and GLU Squad have a very late surge in essence, where the last 2 maps they've been able to earn those bulk of points to get themselves into a safer net. While looking at the head-to-head, like you see, it's amazing how FaZe Clan have been able to pump a lot of major damage output throughout yesterday's run as well as today, securing a chicken dinner, as well as a couple of up and down, right? But today we haven't seen that much from DPLUS Kia. But all in all, I would say that these two are almost equally matched.
Oh man, it's really gonna get crazy tomorrow. But let's take a look at the stats here coming from Shopper, FaZe Clan, and No Fear of HORAA Esports. Average elimination points, I say slightly tilting towards Shopper over here. but it's a different story when it comes to the average damage output, I guess. 348 for No Fear. And as for team contribution, just a slight advantage, for No Fear again of HORAA Esports. So again, it's a similar stats, coming from these two amazing players.
That's right. And of course, that being said, you guys do not want to miss out on any form of action at all here in the Ruthless Hype Esports channel. So make sure you hit that subscribe as well as like the video. Tomorrow, same time, same place is where we will, of course, conclude our grand finals for our Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. Till then, of course, we thank you guys for watching. It's Contra and the Great Queen signing out.
Step into the ring.